So, where we last left off, you all had basically tidied up to Galeta, he gave you a bunch of shit, and then you went on your way. So, before we move on to Galeta's presentation, which was involved last week, or rather mentioned last week, Timothy Thomas.
Yes.
As this group is walking further into this underground bunker, you suddenly materialize right next to the party in a wisp of smoke. What is your first reaction?
42.
So the rest of you
You
just see a
just-
bear materialize next to you and spout this.
Not 13, but 42 individual medical malpractices.
I guess noticing this strange fucking interruption, I'm gonna turn around and go, "Oh, Tim, you're back. I assume you're talking
You
about
let
the
him work on you.
Well,
You're just going
you
to
weren't
hide.
exactly available, so I had to do what I had to do.
I must do a full comprehensive check on you when we're done with this to make sure that you're not gonna get a horrible infection.
I'm fine. I feel fine. Don't worry about it. Just
You say that now, but 20 years in the future.
okay. If it makes you happy, then fine. When we're done with our current business, you can.
Okay. Hey, where are we?
In a dark underground bunker, and at the fore of the group, the fore's the front, I believe, anyway, Galeta, twists around on several joints that uncomfortably snap, and his head rotates to look at the bear. Who are you?
He's a friend.
Hi there. My name's Dr. Timothy Thomas. But you can call me Tim Tom.
Surprises.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sometimes we have a tendency of dematerializing and rematerializing at inopportune times.
I don't care.
Then why'd you ask?
Turns and begins walking again.
I whisper to, whoever's nearest to me. This guy's weird.
Yeah, we're weird too. What of it?
And you aren't.
So, you keep walking until you reach a set of reinforced doors, which will quickly slide as he tosses an ancient hand over them, and you proceed into a chamber. Sitting on a work table not that far from you, having a couple of lights flicker on for a second, kind of warbling as if they haven't been used in a while. You see what almost looks like a large block of metal. The inlays inside of it and the handle size for something well beyond you kind of signify that it is something meant to be held by Doomtread. I had to do a few custom modifications. Salvaging this off of the battlefield was no minor task, but it should be ready, depending on your chassis upgrades. In future, no? And he kind of rotates towards Doomtread, who remains silent. In any case, I believe that you have not much time until the caravan departs. The auto spare will be ready when you return.
Auto spear.
Indeed, it's, well, a famous weapon within the ranks of House Baldur. It's lance and gun in two parts, firing modified darts.
It's basically a cannon that shoots spears.
It could be looked at that way, yes.
Interesting.
Regardless, it should serve you well in means of armor. Well, ridding your opponents of armor. He kind of uneasily stands for a second and goes over the diagnostics for the weapon, just kind of leaving you all to have your conversation. Doomtread takes a few steps forward, kind of crouching to enter this relatively small chamber, and begins to ask a few questions, leaving you to your own devices. Anything to converse about, or do you just wait for them to, finish talking? It's small talk, basically.
I
I don't think I've got anything.
don't have anything either.
Are you just going to gently go slide up next to Tim Tom. Sometime can you teach me the proper medical practices?
Tim Tom looks down towards you with this look of, sure, I'll help, but also the slight twang of disappointment in his eyes, as if he saw what you did.
Fucking what?
I'm referring to him fucking getting bamboozled and activating the fucking terraformer.
Oh.
Also, when he gave medical attention to fucking Ankos without
yeah.
consent.
Yeah, and he also looks at you and kind of gets on one knee, puts a big paw on his side. Sure, but first we're gonna have to it's called what is it? Patient, like when the
Patient-doctor confidentiality.
well, patient-doctor confidentiality, and also this little thing called consent.
Wow.
You know what you did,
Matt's talking about consent. How riveting.
and you should be
I was
ashamed.
worried for him.
Up, up.
He wanted
Yeah, it's him, big finger against his face. Up. This conversation will happen later. Don't you worry. You will learn that you will learn.
You will learn that you will learn.
Sure, fuck it. I don't know.
But when do I learn about when I'll learn?
Shut up, bird.
Well, in any case, I'll have the procedure ready later on. We'll have to mount those assault arms I've been working on, and we'll have to sync the weapon to your reactor output. I have a concept for a weapon rack in development, but you'd have to get back to me on that. In any case, and he turns around. You all have somewhere to be, do you not?
If your caravan is leaving, then I figure we'll accompany it out.
That would be a good practice. How much sleep do you all need?
I think we got all of our sleep. Did we not?
This is a multi-day long affair.
If you're asking in general, I don't know. I'm comfortable with as little as 5 or 4, but
I think
I
I could
understand that's
function
not.
with that.
I understand that's not optimal.
Walk off in about 6 hours.
You'll be journeying up north to the Robmar Rise. It's a mountain set visiting a crashed starship. And the salvage will take somewhere around the realm of a day. Getting there will be 2, getting back will be 2. In total, you're looking at a 5-day expedition. You have the appropriate rations. I gave them to your moth.
Yeah, he's just gonna slightly smile somehow. His antennas point up.
What are you standing around for? Go!
Yari's just moving away as he says that.
Yeah, the moth kind of like bristles and immediately starts walking the other direction.
So,
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go
I
rendezvous
guess-
with the caravan.
Yeah.
Assuming we know where it is.
Yeah, you head up towards the entrance and already hear a pretty deep rumbling. You're having to navigate via your flashlights, but by the time that you make it to where you have parked your vehicles, you find that they are already outside and the door is open. It looks like the bottom panel in the entryway has dropped out into an industrial lift and is now raising a colossal machine between you and the outside. As soon as it locks into place and this thing rises from the depths, you hear engines begin to rumble, and it begins to move forward. It rumbles outside and sits on the road just to the right of your caravan vehicles.
Alright, well, I guess I'll mount up in one of the driver's seats, and we'll start to get down the road.
From what you can tell, this almost looks like a very large truck, but there is no driver's cabin. Instead, there is a host of machinery at the front of the assembled construct and a set of crane arms that seem to be built in between it and the storage unit.
Yeah, I figured the caravan itself was automated. I meant about driving one of our vehicles.
No, I'm just referring to this machine itself.
Right.
As you board up, you
Okay.
actually get a comm message.
From who?
You read it, and it is from a unidentified contact, but the message reads, "Greetings. Please enter unit name," in all caps.
Enter unit name. It's asking for a designation.
Yes.
For myself or for the vehicle?
You don't have any other relevant information?
I just type in, I don't know, fucking, bathtub. No, that's retarded. Fucking tank 1, I guess. I don't know.
There is a moment, and you hear a beep from the colossal construct to your right now. And you get another message that just says confirmed, and the contact goes from unknown to Unit 1.
Okay.
What you receive is a schedule of essentially its activities, noting when it will stop and when you're designated to make camp and what time you're expected to rise. It looks like in the time that you all went to the entrance, Galeta did the mental math and inputted a schedule for it.
Okay. Well,
Alright.
are we all getting these messages, or is it just me?
It would be everybody
Okay,
that
cool.
basically contacted, but the first time that it implanted a name, it changed for all of the devices.
Alright, great. That makes it easy.
It begins to rumble away. It is slow, but not
Alright,
too
well,
terribly
I
slow.
guess it'll be easy enough to keep up with then. I'll, turn
Yari just going to-
turn the key in the ignition of the buggy and get moving.
Yari just
Tom's
going
riding
to
shotgun.
see if he can get on top of the machine and just kind of examine it.
Alrighty, you want to go ahead and climb up its side. It's got a ladder set, so there's no check to be made. You make
Alright.
it on top of the storage container, and it looks like it splits down the middle, going lengthwise all the way down. Almost as if it splits in half to unfold and reveal several storage racks maybe within. It looks like the crane arms are designed on a swivel that it's able to collect things in front of the vehicle and basically pull them above the vehicle and load them into the bay in its back. And you get a good study of all of the crane utilities, and it looks like there is quite a entourage of like different engineering tools. This thing is built to disassemble quite a vast amount of resources in a short amount of time.
So, while we're just riding at top of this, I'm going to start examining the spear the artificer gave to me.
So, you go ahead and take this thing in. It's about, you would estimate, maybe a bit larger than a soccer ball. Just a tad. It's not too terribly heavy, but you start noticing all the markings, and eventually you do find what appears to be a receptacle, what looks like for a power cell, and it does not have one.
So, I'm going to take one of my batteries and try to rig up something that would work for it.
Go ahead and give me an engineering check.
Wait, let me pull up my character stuff.
So you sit down, take some spare metal from wherever is relevant, probably from the vehicle supplies. Basically make a small fitting for this battery, and then establish a wire connection from it to the unit and mount it to it. As soon as it receives power, it immediately unfolds into what almost appears to be a dog-sized metallic spider. And it kind of clicks around on the plate for a few seconds. Its pseudo-head kind of rotates for a moment before it looks down at the massive construct underneath it, and you see its front forward claws immediately start tearing into the plating.
Nope, not this.
It kind of
This is-
stops for a second and looks back up at you.
We'll be scrapping other things, but this is for business purposes. Bigger scrapper.
It kind of stops for a second, and then folds back into the sphere, except this time to keep itself from rolling away. Certain plates have come out to give it a flat surface to rest on.
Oh, it's like some of those fucking ball robot things that you see online.
Yes.
Like those, like, that's cool.
So with that, this thing seems to be in a resting state for now.
All right. For
I-
What
now,
does the rest of the party do while they're traveling next to this
Hey,
thing? It from the side that you are currently on, you all didn't expect it. It is kicking up a lot of the stone roads like dust. There's dirt kind of flying up from in between the pathway and kind of kicking up into the unsealed compartment of the buggy.
Hey, I
The
have a
urban vehicle's fine though.
Levi.
Yes.
I want to pull out my little cell phone and I want to check the recording from the bug.
You mean the one for the vampire?
No,
Are you referring to the manners bug?
the
They
the
bugged the
one that was in the amulet.
The gala.
Yeah,
I mean, you go ahead and check it, and it is currently functioning.
I want to listen to the. I want to start listening to the recordings around the time of, oh dear God, shit's going down inside the fucking in the
Go ahead and give me a computers check.
And while he's doing that, I'm just gonna climb up on top of the caravan and just kind of take watch. Mainly just as a way to not get dust all over me.
Fair enough.
oh, that's a shit roll.
You take a quick peek around it, and around that time there seems to be some kind of electrical disruption. You're not quite certain what happened to the recording, but something's wrong with it.
Okay.
That being said, though, Vaku, you climb up and go ahead and start taking point. Give me an idea of what everybody on this caravan is going to start doing. Brian, you're driving the vehicle and just watching the road?
Yeah, I'm staying focused on the road.
Ankos, are you driving the urban vehicle?
I can be.
All right. Timothy, where are you and what are you doing?
I am in shotgun next to 447, and after he realizes that that shit's kind of fucked up, he's probably having idle conversation like, "Oh hey, your armor looks pretty cool. You got an upgrade. It looks pretty neato."
Wasn't cheap.
Think about my new stealth suit.
Oh
I
my
imagine,
god!
yeah, you all are talking from the buggy, and Vaku just kind of like holds his arms out and just kind of like yells that Mad Max style across the gap.
How do you feel about my new stealth suit?
Not entirely able to hear him. I'm just gonna tilt my head up at him and seeing him waving his arms. I'm going to visibly tap on my comm unit while looking at him.
Fair enough. The awkward exchange goes by.
Yeah, it's kind of got on my comm. The stealth suit, you like it?
Oh, I thought it was something important.
Damn. So, of course, Vaku is on top of the caravan rig, and Yarich is also there, just kind of both of you keeping lookouts. The first day goes by. Oh, go ahead.
Yarich is more or less just kind of examining his new friend, trying to figure out how his coding's programmed.
Okay, his coding? Give me... I mean, he's not going to resist if you attempt to, like, open up his diagnostics and figure out what specifically he is programmed to do. So give me a computers check.
Alright, sounds like a wonderful deal.
So you get a sense that this is a very simple droid. It is in a rest format right now, which saves on its battery life. You get a sense that it uses about a charge per hour, and that battery is, what, 20 charges?
Yes.
So you've got pretty much a full day's worth of work from this thing. That's what we'll say.
Alright,
But
with that in mind,
What,
I'm going
what you get a sense that it does is it waits for your call, or whoever it's assigned to tell it to begin salvaging, and then it will salvage everything in the area, basically indiscriminately. So you have to put it in somewhere that you're okay being torn apart.
Alright. So with that in mind, I'm going to say shut down fully for battery salvage, and I'm going to just put this onto the buggy.
Fair enough. You also would innately understand that it is receptive to verbal and comm commands. So you go ahead and give it that vocal command, and it raises the plate back up into the ball format and begins rolling off the side of the caravan, but you quickly catch it with both of your arms and set
Yeah.
it somewhere safe.
With all 4 of my arms.
Yes. So, like I said, the first day seems to roll by without much problem. You leave the vault itself and begin rumbling down the road. You get a pretty good view of where you are going. Off in the distance between the tree line, you see what appears to be a set of mountain peaks far off in the distance. You definitely get the sense that it's going to take the better part of the rest of tomorrow to get there. But it is quite a view. The landscape, although it's kind of wilting and dying in this format, a bit of rough yellow spattering the otherwise green and wonderful autumn reds of the forest. You pass well into the night, until eventually this machine rumbles to a stop without any kind of warning, and a good minute after it has come to a complete halt, you get a comm message saying, basically, like, I am in a shutdown format, in all caps, please rest.
Okay, I guess with
That's
that,
progressing.
yeah, we'll get all the vehicles parked and set up camp.
Alright, you go ahead and set
Yeah.
up camp off the road and begin resting.
I
How
would
do we want to
suggest
set
maybe
guard?
we should probably set the vehicles up in kind of like almost a barrier formation around the mech. That's how we're doing this.
1 on each side. So that we have good. Seeing as we only
We've
have
only
2
got
vehicles.
2 vehicles, and this thing is way fucking bigger than our transport vehicles. So that's not going to do a whole lot of good.
No, but if we want to sit in one of the vehicles on guard, it might be nice to have the heat on.
If
Yeah,
you wish to
that's
watch
your
one
call.
side of the vehicle, I may watch the other side. It seems like Doomtread is volunteering.
Yeah, that's good. We can do it. We can do a tricorn for the vehicles, honestly.
And someone could probably be on top as well.
So what are we gonna do? Like 50% watch, 25% watch?
I would say a good 25%. I don't know.
I
2 people on at a time?
Yeah.
Alright.
Who wants to go first?
Yep.
I can go first.
Alright. So, by the way, thank you for going through your rests and watches, Devin. It's good to get practice before something like this happens in my sessions.
Yep. Here we are.
So, Timothy Thomas, you go ahead and start up your watch. How do you want to spend your free time? Because you've got a couple of hours until...
Well, I can more or less climb up on top of the rig, just so I can get better view. I want to pull out my phone again and start fucking with that recording again, if that's possible.
I will say this:
Um,
Yarich was actually just sleeping on top of the machine. Kinda
That's
curled
fair.
up with-
You have to kind of climb up there and be silent to avoid startling any of your companions. It's temperate night. The only thing that's annoying are the insects, and it doesn't bother most of you. Most of you. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and say that because you fucked with it so recently, like just before this watch started, you don't quite have the inspiration to figure out a new kind of problem-solving technique to try and fizzle this shit out. So I'm gonna say
Okay.
no for the meantime.
Okay.
But you do fuck with the phone. You do keep a watch, and I would require a perception check.
Sure thing.
At 18. So, you keep a good watch. There's nothing aside from the occasional rumbling, but I mean, that's just like nightlife and birds and
Hey,
shit.
I really hate to bring this up while we're starting the session. I probably should have said something way earlier, but
Mhm.
those of us who weren't here last time, have you leveled up?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were here last time, Sam. I'm asking those of us who weren't here last time.
was
me.
not-
I just said yeah.
So, like, fucking, I guess really just Matt and Tyler.
I was here.
Tyler was here.
Well, who the fuck wasn't here?
Matt.
Really? That's it?
Just Matt.
Yeah.
Shit.
And I guess technically Devin, but like,
Devin is good. Don't worry about him.
yeah.
Okay.
And I
Alright.
don't know how to level my guy up.
Don't worry, we'll do it later.
Okay.
Alright.
So, you keep watch until you eventually go to wake somebody else up. Who do you choose?
I walk up and I start gently hooking Yarich on the shoulder. Poke, 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 poke.
Yeah. I roll onto my back and my wings. Yes.
Hey, your watch.
My. Alright. Yari just gonna stretch. No guarantees. I know I don't have the best focus, so
That's
I
why
may
I'm
get.
thrown off. Eli's typically here, but he's not.
Yeah.
He told me that he's got, like, busy schoolwork.
Yeah.
Like, his life is quite busy right now.
Yeah, I know. I just fucking... That's why I thought there were more people who had to level up than there were.
Right.
Yeah, but Yarich is gonna stretch and say, "Well, all right, I'll do my best." Yarich looks down at his little pad and puts it away, and going to strictly focus on trying to keep watch.
Yeah, how do you spend your pretty much hour and a half?
I'm going to try to keep all ears out, and knowing myself and how vital this is, I'm not even going to waste time with anything.
Alright, then give me a flat perception check. You managed to stay awake without problem. So, you spend most of your night basically doing the lookout thing where you have a hand in almost like shielding the sun from your eyes even though it's night pose. Climbing around the fucking caravan rig and watching people sleeping. Would be creepy if you weren't, assigned to do it. It is about midway through your night that you start hearing a rather loud rustling.
Alright,
Unintentional, no attempt to hide. Just sounds like something nearby is making noise.
alright, with that in mind, I'm going to go straight for I'm going to go straight for 447, say, there's something rustling nearby.
Yeah, you just start shaking you awake.
So
I heard a noise.
He's shaking me awake. I heard a noise. And at first, it seems like you're shaking a limp rag doll. But after a moment, you just see my head like fucking shake awake and stiffen. And it's at that point I place a hand on your shoulder to stop you from shaking me.
Oh.
What is it?
There's something large and nearby. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to make a bigger mess than normal.
I'm willing to bet it's wildlife, but let's go take a look.
Alright.
So I'm gonna grab my rifle and I'm gonna have your reach lead me to the source of the noise.
Alright, I'm going to have my laser rifle out as well, ready to fire.
If this is anything serious, we're going to yell as loud as we can to wake everyone up.
Yeah,
We're about to
I
find
figured
Possum.
if it wasn't too serious, I could just get you, because you're
Well,
probably one of the better for...
I'm thinking it's wildlife, but let's not take anything for granted.
That's
It's
why,
Possum.
again, why I got you. Alright, so...
So
I'm
you
going
all
to-
march up to the source of the noise, which is still, like, occasionally rustling as if it were, like, definitely making noise in a nearby brush.
Okay.
You approach a large bush and see that it is moving in a, like, almost violent pattern. Once you get about a good walking distance there, like, you could definitely see what is inside of the bush were it not completely dark. In fact, it is
Okay,
so
well-
dark from what is it, the new moon? Lack of moonlight.
Yeah, that'd be new
that you're
moon.
forced to use your flashlights
Yeah,
to essentially
yeah,
make
that's
it dim around you.
Right. I pull out my flashlight and shine it into the bush to try to get a look at whatever the fuck is rustling around in there.
In between the leaves, you see a large, dark mass that stops as soon as the light shines on it. It seems to reorient itself for a second and begins to rise just slightly. And you see sticking out of the bush the tips of what appear to be 2 horns.
Fuck. Would it be nature to identify this thing, or?
Well, it would be nature were there not bejeweled caps lining them. And as
Oh!
this large creature begins to basically rise up from the bush in the mass, at first you're almost terrified that it's some kind of like weird lion equivalent or some kind of like large wolf, like a predatory animal.
Right.
But it's just a messy mass of hair from somebody that has been tangled inside of this bush to the point where they are like having to rip themselves
but
out.
I see that there's fucking jewels on its horn, so I know this is probably some kind of sapient creature.
Yeah, no. It gets up to a humanoid posture and continues to rise with this,
It's at
I would
this
almost
point...
call it a pale bluish skin. Standing up to about 6'8", you actually recognize this individual.
Oh.
Full height, standing up from this bush, which they appear to have gotten stuck in, is the same wandering warrior that you saw eating a sandwich whenever you were leaving Gilead.
So I'm actually gonna draw my rifle, not directly pointed at him, but I'm gonna like keep it held at about chest level, just so that he knows I'm armed and ready if some shit goes down. And I'm just gonna say,
Yeah, you're not quite sure if you remember his
Right.
name, honestly.
"What the hell are you doing here? You're a long way from Gilead, which means you probably intentionally followed us. Talk."
And Carthan is going to keep his hands up, visible in the light, but he can't really see for the glare. And he's going to sort of shake his head a bit, unmussing part of his hair. I just came to in this bush.
I just woke up here.
I know he's a player character, so like I don't know what the sense motive rules entirely are. Would I just roll fucking
You can roll sense motive if you want.
Yeah.
I will roll it too, because I have a single point.
Well. Oh, hey.
You both, honestly, like, you're a soldier, not a therapist.
Mhm.
You're not sure what this dude's thinking. Yarich, however, you get a sense from the frazzled look that he has right now, this dude just woke up in the middle of nowhere. He has no idea what's going on.
You're serious?
Dead to rights.
What was the last thing you remember?
A dark place.
Nothing.
So it's at
Floating in nothing.
It's at this point I'm just gonna kind of let out an exhale. Alright, you don't seem like you have hostile intent, and we have met before. I'm gonna look down to your reach. Let's wake some people up and talk about this.
Yeah. I'm going to go and get the bear and the bird.
I'm actually
Once everyone is
gonna...
woken up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake Ankos.
Once everybody's woken up and you're in a little group powwow, you haven't lit a fire or anything, so you're just basically
No.
putting a light and kind of maybe setting it on a cart where you can illuminate a small spot where you're all wrapped around.
Yeah.
Carthan, you are brought by a group of strangers in a caravan and are now surrounded on all sides by people you've briefly met once.
Okay.
So you're all assembled.
I'm just gonna explain the situation that... Oh, okay, I guess Hooper was gone.
No, I could hear you. I have
Okay.
a wireless headset.
Well, I'm just gonna explain the situation that while on watch, your reach heard a noise in the bush, woke me up, we went to investigate, and we found this guy.
And we recognize him as being... Is
dude
this
who
the
was
same character that Devin
scavenging.
played earlier?
This
or-
was the guy who we found in the military wreckage, looking for information or a crest or whatever he was looking for. If you were.
Hey, it's you!
You're that blue guy. Yeah.
It's,
Feel like it was just yesterday we saw you.
Yeah, quite the strange coincidence we have here. Mind explaining what you're doing in these parts? Because from the way that I perceive this does not look like a mere coincidence.
Exactly what I
And-
was thinking.
Carthen's going to sort of shrug his shoulders and, kind of, a genuine smile. If I knew better, I would say better. The
Well-
last thing that I remember was nothing, and the thing that happened before that was I was in Gilead, the monastery, and just fell into nothing.
Hmm.
Did he just say Gilead Monastery?
Yeah, I don't remember that community.
You
being
actually do
particularly
not
pious.
remember a monastery at Gilead.
I'm going to inquire about this. A Gilead monastery. What?
I don't recall there
You
being
found
a
you
monastery
so
in
you went to the
Gilead.
same. Yeah. Okay. Well. All right. So you went to Gilead. Did you meet anybody there? Like, what are some names you remember from Gilead?
I mean, if we're talking about this, since you did go to Gilead shortly after your exploration at the Battle of the Broken Pacts, you had explored some portion of the city, met a few people. You do recall the bartender there. However, the monastery that you are referring to, and you realize that you've confused these people, are a set of ruins outside of the city. It used to be a part of the actual town and the manor's estate, from what you know of history. But you were visiting there as a part of a pilgrimage.
Yeah, so I would actually pull out a small, pocket-sized notebook and sort of flip open to a small sketch that I did of like a perspective of the ruins. This here. It was an old place of worship before the wars.
Tim Tom would know about this place, wouldn't he?
I imagine you've lived long enough around Gilead that you probably heard some of the locals do go up there every once in a while. Most of them are bereaved families who've just lost somebody.
At the very least, if you mention the fact that if you mention the bartender's name, we kind of go, "Oh, shit, you were there."
Yeah, I do like Jolin.
Jola.
Yeah, Yolon.
Well, regardless, your story seems to check out. I have personally never seen these ruins that you're talking about, but it appears that Mr. Timothy has. It's a long stretch going from there to here. You just woke up in that bush. You don't know what's happening. You don't know where you are, why you're here.
Bushkarth.
Bushcart. What was your next plan after visiting the ruins, the monastery, completing your pilgrimage? What are you trying to accomplish here?
Eventually, I'd have to actually reach another member of the order, pass off my notes, and continue on to the next. Maybe
Sorry,
travel
my
to someplace
my
like that.
memory's kind of shit. The order. Yeah,
The
I know you're. I know
order
you're
he
one.
works-
Yes, you're one of the tribals. You're trying to find more information for your order, and this brought you in this direction. Yes.
Correct.
Well. We've been through a lot of very unhinged bullshit the past few weeks, and I have a hard time believing that a stranger just kind of keeps tripping on us, but I don't sense any malice in you. It's strange. I don't know. What do y'all think?
He seems fine.
He always seems rather nice to me.
Well, at the very least, we have to think about who could want us followed or spied on, and quite frankly, this man does not fit the description of anybody that could wish us harm.
There's something weird about what he said, though. The
Yes.
fact that he was visiting the monastery and he just kind of
Yes, just
fell apart.
fell apart. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask for some elaboration on that. So give me a detailed recount of what happened to you at the monastery before you disassociated, as you would say.
So I've been there the past, days, and as I was reaching down to, brush off another of the stones, I started to fall like inward, like I was going to hit the ground, but I just passed on.
Describe.
So you fell
Pass
through the
on.
ground and then arrived here.
Sound familiar to anyone else?
Yeah, I'm scared. Aspect, do you
Well,
feel as if
welcome to the
it's-
club, buddy.
I think to myself, did he get tainted by aspect whenever he was in that very short interaction with us? But I'm trying to not just like throw in my vote without good reason. I know he's a party member now, but I don't want to just hand that to him without believing that he should be here. Well, I can't say that we all haven't experienced some level of madness to that same extent, but it's just very convenient. That's all I have to say.
I should mention that Tyler's call for aspect goes unheeded.
Oh, I didn't even know he did. Okay, well,
Does that mean we get to keep him?
keep him. We don't keep people, Tim.
He's not a
Carthen's gonna
pet,
cock
he's
an
not a
eyebrow.
slave.
Tom kind of looks at you. He's like, you understand what I'm trying to say. I mean, he seems like a rather nice guy. He was really nice to us last time.
Yeah, but a complete stranger being able to tail us for this extremely long period of time and then show up with us is just very strange. I get that we are all You know, actually, that might be a good argument in this case. We are all products of circumstance. None of us knew each other before the incident. And now we're all tied by the hip. Who knows? Maybe this is fate fucking with us in some type of very strange and archaic way. Regardless, I don't have enough evidence or real suspicion to label you, as I look at Karth, as a threat. So, I guess for the time being, if you would like to hang around, strengthen numbers, if we just kick you out into the woods, you're probably gonna die. Then you're welcome to do so.
Or he might just come back. You know, if
Yeah,
she's
that's-
involved.
Yeah.
as he says she's involved, I kind of give you a sideways look of, don't give up too information, you fucking nunts.
Oh, sorry.
Well, regardless, have you given your name yet, Devin?
No.
Okay.
No, I couldn't give it the last time that.
Yeah, we
Waved
can't-
at
we
him as
kinda-
he was eating a sandwich.
We kind of dusted you, you know.
Yeah.
I'll just lean forward and say, well, my name is Orion, and what's yours? If you're gonna hang around our little band of merry misfits,
Carthen.
Carthen. Mind if I shorten that to Karth or K? Karth, K, Karth, whatever.
Works for me.
All right, and I'm gonna extend a hand to give you a handshake, and I'm gonna have to turn on my push to talk apparently.
This gigantic man is going to take your hand
Oh,
and
no.
shake it firmly.
After getting like shook around like a rag doll, I will just go ahead and reset myself and just go. Okay, well, make yourself at home if you feel the need to. Obviously, we have watches and patrols set up. If you would like to contribute, feel free to do so.
Sounds fine to me. I feel fairly well rested right now.
Tom approaches Carthen. See him pull out his data slate. Start punching in numbers. I need you to fill this form out for me, please, if you're going to be with us. Oh, it's not important. It's just a form that, you know, goes along with all your medical history, stuff like that.
Oh, right then. As he sort of takes this slate and start to fill out the patient questionnaire.
Trying to get a semblance of your medical history.
Just formality. Ain't like I
Just a
expect you got a
formality.
family history getting shot in the head.
Yeah. Christ. So, Carthen, I assume that you're going to sit down after everybody goes back or tries to go back to sleep.
Yeah, I'll climb up on top of the miner and have my moat float above me
So-
to give me light.
Before I do anything, I'm gonna pull out my comm unit. What time is it?
You get a sense that about 3 hours from your 6-hour rest have passed.
Okay. In that case, I just kind of shake my head, and I look down to your reach. How much time was left in your watch?
I think I used last of it talking with you guys.
So you're telling me your watch is over.
Yes.
Alright, I'll take over. You get some rest.
Yari just going to climb on top of the machine and go back to sleeping with his wings covering him.
Where was 447 resting?
I'm not resting, I'm watching.
Not resting, sorry, watching.
Somewhere I can see the entirety of the camp, especially the newcomer, and any potential incoming threats.
So imagine that you probably find a good spot, probably sitting or just generally watching next to the buggies, just so that you can keep an eye on the camp and everything outside of it. Give me
Yeah.
a perception check.
Alright. Okay, cool.
Goes by fairly uneventfully. So as you wake up, the last person to watch, I imagine that at this moment, Karth has probably settled in, sat down somewhere comfortable, and is probably not drifting off, but is waiting until sunrise. Who are you choosing for your last watch?
I reckon
I guess I could watch.
Sounds good. Go ahead and give me a perception check. And
I
what
was-
else are you doing?
I'm gonna choose him anyway, so that's cool.
Cool. Just kind of sitting around, just
Fiddling around?
I guess just like getting familiar with. Does my suit have like any special like functionality to it? I can just like.
You take a look at this, and it seems to have a... It's made of a special material, but it doesn't look like it has any abilities yet.
Okay. So. Let you feel
So,
around. See if I'll
random-
just take watch.
Fair enough. So, go ahead and give me a perception check.
So,
did.
Brian.
You did a 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, random aside, just kind of like soldierly insight. God, I fucking hate this goddamn guy. Whenever like you're conducting watch or patrols for forward operating bases, the like dawn and daybreak are kind of considered the two most dangerous times, and that's whenever security is usually considered the highest priority.
Alright.
Yeah, because you can be seen a lot easier.
Yes. You know, whenever the sun sets and sun rises are the two times when you're in a field operation, you are going at 100% security. That's whenever everyone's on their toes for an attack.
It's like the sun glare just makes it harder to see, I guess.
No, I
That's
guess it's
just-
because they're visible.
It's just military knowledge. I just want to like give you
Yeah.
more stuff to use as 447.
Okay.
So,
We wake up at the ass crack of dawn in the field.
Vaku, as you are kind of kicking around stones, looking around, just getting a good watch on the caravan, you're walking around the outside boundary, and you start to hear what sounds like a noise, like a bit of... You're faintly certain that it's a bit artificial, but by the time that you go to investigate, it seems that whatever was in that general vicinity had passed. You look around for any trace of, well, anything, and you're just not quite sure what happened. You didn't get any solid information, but
Could I make a survival check to like get a better, just to like
it-
look
it
around
kind of
more,
like an
maybe?
understanding, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see here. I did put a little bit into survival, so
You understand that there are some strange phenomenon, especially whenever it comes to, like, electrical phenomenon that can make weird noises in the dead of night. Combine that with the fact that you're traveling with an unfamiliar companion, this colossal salvaging drone, and you get a sense that it probably was either something weird and unexplainable, or just the machine next to you making a strange noise that you really weren't expecting.
okay. It's probably nothing to worry about.
Probably.
Okay, I'll just keep watch then.
Fair enough. You sit down for the last of the watch as day begins to break. You all begin to rise, and a little bit more tired than most of you are typically used to, because you didn't quite get 6 hours of sleep. You got, like, what, 4.5?
Something along
Yeah.
those lines. I mean, we had to wake
Uh,
everyone up.
A
Yeah.
usable amount, but an uncomfortable amount.
Uncomfortable amount. You start moving for your second day's travel.
Yep.
Whilst
So as we move on to like travel, I kind of want to like look at Karth and go, you know, we have a pretty long trip ahead of us. Do you want to come along with us, or do you have somewhere else to be?
Yeah,
Might
this
as-
is at the point where the machine is rumbling away.
Yeah.
Yari just on top of the machine, double checking it, making sure everything's fine.
Yeah. And so Karth will lean in and, ponder for a second. Well, granted, when I was away, I fell apart. It
Well, we're
might be
kind of
better
in.
for us to stay.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. This group of individuals you see before you is probably one of the only friendly pieces of civilization you're going to find for a good couple of days of travel.
Well, I'll at least travel with you to your destination, and we'll go from there, I suppose.
Well, being that we saw you initially surviving out in the wastelands, I imagine you're not an invalid by any means. So
No.
if you want to help us defend this convoy, I suppose a little bit of cut of payment could be headed your way.
We can discuss that if it comes.
Which hopefully it doesn't, but quite frankly, I'm quite the pessimistic sort these days.
It pays to be real, as he sort of gets in the city car.
Yeah, you go ahead and get into the urban vehicle and find that your horns are a bit too tall for the doorway. So you have to kind of like squeeze your head down. It is very uncomfortable. But you all load up and start trekking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough. It is about midway through day 2 that this salvage vehicle rumbles to a stop in the middle of nowhere. Bright daylight. You're not quite sure of its reason, and whenever you go to check your comm, almost 30 seconds after you pull it out, you receive a message that says, road obstruction.
Oh, Lord.
I look up. Is there a road obstruction?
It appears that there is nothing.
I'm
You know, I heard a weird
gonna
buzzing
fucking
noise last night when I was on watch.
I'm gonna shift the buggy into park and get out of it and look up at your reach. Did you see that comm message?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send a message to the sender saying elaborate.
There is maybe a minute of time during which Yarich and Centurion are basically scuttling and trying to figure out this mess. As you all get together, you receive a message that just says road obstruction.
Alright.
Your reach. I know that this is our employer's vehicle, and he would know the inner workings better than any of us, and might kill one of us if he found us tampering with it. But I think you might want to pop open the hood and see if there's anything wrong with this thing.
Alright.
And in the meantime, I kind of hold up a finger. In the meantime, maybe before you do that, this is a very crackpot, paranoid thing to say. Maybe there are some mines laid ahead detected.
Could Tim Tom do like the classic, like starts laying on his belly and just starts slowly crawling forward like a metal twig, just
You all, as you're talking about this, and you're basically clambering onto the drone compartment to maybe see if you could direct connectly to its like processing. What is that processing unit?
Yes.
You both stop for a second, like mouths agape, as you see Tim Tom like bear crawling forward on the dirt road.
no, but like he has like a long metal stick poking it in the ground and checking.
I see. So you're just gonna start poking the ground in front of you with a stick.
That's how, like, if you don't have a metal detector, that's how you probe for mines.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, that's actually how you do it. So
Yeah.
that's what Tim Tom's doing.
You're
going
just probing the ground in front of the vehicle and checking if there are mines.
Yes.
So, for the better part of this, after I imagine you have to awkwardly explain this to the rest of the party, you check and check and check and give me a perception check.
Come on, perception. God damn it.
You waste a shitload of time doing this.
So
But
while
eventually, you come to the conclusion that if there were a mine, you might have crawled over one. Probably would have killed you.
Tom just kind of like stands up. Yeah, I don't think it's mines, and just starts walking back to the group.
I kind of shrug my shoulders. It was an option.
Can I do a perception check? For the
Fucking
forest?
mind.
meanwhile,
Just-
while he was checking for mines,
Yeah.
I've been trying to
Give me a
hack it.
computer's check. You eventually find an open port along its side, and having to utilize your universal adapter and switch some options on it, you connect it and start going through on your personal computer to your side. From what it seems to be detecting, there is a large object right in front of it, like something that is very clearly blocking the road. And it is utilizing a combination of optical sensors, which don't seem to be picking anything up, and a bunch of, like, basically, I would call these infrared and motion sensors that are picking up strange abnormalities that seem to be directly in front of the caravan, almost as if it's experiencing a bug of a sort.
Well, with this in mind, I'm going to swap out pull my things out, add my special attachments I made for detecting anomalies, and begin checking for mysticism with my computer.
Alright, give me a computer's check then.
Ghost Hunter's moment.
So you go ahead and pull out your computer and begin trying to pick up on any energy readings in the area, like what is it, the ghost hunters?
Yeah.
What are they looking for? Electrical anomalies?
Yeah, they're looking for ESPs.
ESPs. Check.
Is there anyone in the
all
room with us now?
Yeah, you have to sit down and do a little powwow and be like, I'm going to turn on this radio and it's going to go through multiple different broadband channels and hopefully it will piece together this ghost's messages. And you turn on the radio and you just get silence because the towers are down in this area.
I kind of
But by
reach
the
my
end of it,
Go on.
you determine there is no supernatural phenomenon going on.
I kind of drum the back of my helmet with my fingers and I just say, I'm pretty sure. I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure it's a navigational bug in the computer.
I agree.
I kind
It was worth checking it.
of look down in front of the crawler where I see a small rock and I kick it out of the way. I don't know. Maybe that worked.
Go and go back to computer.
Yeah, I think you
reset
might
it
be able to
from-
like reset it.
Reset it from yesterday's pattern before
God.
we.
We're gonna
Right
fuck
when we left.
GPS systems all in this, just fuck it all up.
So yeah, you go ahead and I will either allow you to utilize your previous computer's check while interfacing with this machine, or do a new one to alter its programming to like force it into a reset based on yesterday's route.
I'm going to reset it forcefully.
Alright, so go ahead
Come
and
on. Nice.
29. So you basically go into its archival data and pull logs for yesterday and basically force it into what would that be, like an image reset?
Yes.
Forcing it to imprint its previous programming onto the current programming. And after a bit of work, this thing suddenly comm messages all of you and says road obstruction resolved and begins rumbling forward.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
shrug-
you just-
I'm gonna.
Yeah,
fucking,
you're still
yeah.
connected to the drone compartment, by the way.
I'm going to disconnect at this point and say, "Issue fixed," and I'm going to kind of dust off all four of my hands.
As I see Yurich getting off of the drone hatch and mounting himself back on top of the vehicle, I'm just gonna give him a slight wave. You're a wizard, Yurich. And I'm gonna get back in the Jeep.
A wizard now! He holds one of his claws up as if he was holding something.
So, you all continue on, and it is at the point that you have reached the end of the second day, where darkness is beginning to, come upon you. The buggy which you had estimated it had about maybe another 30 or so minutes until it stopped. Prematurely stops again. And when you go to check it, it seems to register that, of course, it's not a road obstruction like it was last time, but it seems to have decided to stop early. You're not quite certain what's affecting its internal
Like,
processes.
stop early to make camp?
Yes.
All right.
Seems to be
At this
stopping
point,
early.
I'm
What time does it normally stop?
It would, depending on what technical day or work schedule that you are basing your route off of, I would imagine that this thing probably stops maybe 30 minutes to an hour before you're technically supposed to.
So I
At this
just
point-
kind of park the Jeep and I say over comms, what the hell's going on? We can make another hour of progress.
This is probably what the art professor was talking about with obstructions. Let me try getting this going again.
Hey, before you start doing that again, do you think something might be attempting to interface with it and attempt to jam it in some weird
let
way?
me check that actually. Let me see if there's any other connections going in here while you're not.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
You quickly check through all of its different internal systems and do not determine that there is any outside influence affecting this machine.
If anything, it's probably just, from looks of it, probably gamma rays taking one of the bits or something. But otherwise, let me do
it's-
this.
It's acting weird, definitely.
Yeah. I'm going to try to get this thing actually moving again now. So can I set up new instructions to move forward? Maybe a little bit longer, seeing as we've been delayed.
I will say you can try to salvage what time you have with a computer's check, but it's already starting to get to the point. Like you've checked over these systems over the course of maybe 10 or so minutes, and it's already kind of eating into that travel time.
Yeah.
But I
So-
will allow you to do so.
All right. Come on.
A 29. You seem to trigger something dormant within its programming, and it begins to rumble forward. It does not give you any message indicating that it is now traveling. It still seems to be in a sleeping mode.
Alright.
That being said, you travel forward another 30 or so minutes worth of travel, now kind of eating into sleeping time, until eventually it comes to a full stop and declares that, once again, it is resting for the night.
All right. This time, I'm going to attach my data pad, and I'm going to have it recording everything that's happening code-wise.
Fair enough. So, as the day quickly turns to night, who is taking first watch?
I guess I'll go ahead and do first watch.
You go ahead and watch over as night begins to settle on the camp. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh,
You
wow.
stay as it
Awesome.
gets darker and darker and darker. Seemingly nothing happening.
Seemingly awesome.
You
Yeah.
pass your shift off to who?
I'll wake Vaku up.
Yep. Alright.
Raku. So you go ahead and get up, start walking around the caravan, check over some random shit, make sure that Yarich isn't tearing things apart.
Yarich is asleep.
asleep.
Yarich is asleep
holding
in a-
his data pad.
I imagine he's asleep just in a bundle, in a nest made of ripped out PCBs and wires.
Oh
No.
god.
If anything, it would be a nest of pillow cases.
Oh god. Oh god, I want to see what happens when Tim Tom goes back home and just sees the fucking fortification of fucking rebar reinforced fucking pillows.
It's on the outside now, so it's not inside the house.
Oh.
So, you all Still sleeping, Vaku watching over the most of you. You actually do hear something in the dead of night. It sounds as if Yarich's datapad has gone off on the roof of the caravan machine.
To note, Yarich is actually fell asleep holding his data pad.
Hell,
Can
give
I
me...
take a look at the data pad to see what the fuck's going on?
I would in fact say that Yarich should also give me a perception check, just because of the strange collusion of events.
Like, do you want me to roll perception again, or?
No, we'll get to it. I'm just determining if Yarich wakes up.
Okay.
Perception, I have no bonus, but here we go. Nope. I'm
With a minus 10 modifier for being sleepy, this beep goes off, and you quickly scamper up and collect the datapad. You quickly gloss over this information. I would say that you have not much experience with computers. So looking over the raw data, I would determine that at face value, going over the diagnostics for this machine, which are on full display on this datapad, you see that the wheels, which are, of course, wrapped around and pretty distinctly well armored, are glowing red, as if something is wrong with them.
So it's gonna wake up Yarich, like, hey, Yarich, wake up. The
What?
compute, the little data pad thing, it's saying something's fucked up with the wheels.
Alright. I'm going to pull it up. What is it saying?
It looks like there is a physical malfunction in this machine's mobility. All of its wheels have simultaneously malfunctioned. It looks like even if it wanted to, it cannot move now.
Okay. So, does it specifically state what the malfunction is, or just that there is?
It gives you a brief dialogue that indicates that something is malfunctioning. Don't quote me on this because I don't know vehicles. Whatever connection that establishes it to the axes that it is mounting into whatever fucking engine network that it's using to push or pull them. So essentially the wheels are stuck. All
right.
At once.
So, I'm going to compare. So, first thing, knowing that we've had data issues first, I'm going to compare this data compared to the earlier recording of how the wheels were functioning.
You do a quick comparison and find that aside from some strange technical glitches that didn't affect its journey much, seems fine, but of course it's not fine now.
Yar's just going to crack his little claws and head underneath and go through the wheels and double check. Do I need to make engineering?
Yeah, you start scrambling around in the internals of this thing.
Yes, I begin checking, making sure all the connections are properly set.
Fair enough. Go ahead and give me an engineering check, and whilst you're doing that, Vaku, you are just kind of sitting on top and watching out.
Make sure my data pad is safe. I tell you that. Make sure that nothing else changes about this. If anything happens, alert me firsthand.
Will do.
So, as Yarich continues to work with these mechanisms, and you find, as you are messing with these, and looking at the extent of the actual damage here, you quickly determine that these appear to have been mechanically cut, as in they were artificially damaged. Something on the outside, not the machine itself, inflicted this damage. And Vaku, as you are sitting on this machine, you see a little light off in the distance.
Light.
And then there is a spark.
Uh-oh.
And before anyone can react, one, because Yarich is in the internal engineering compartment of this thing, messing around with the wheels, and Vaku, because you're just seeing this strange oddity, there is a flicker, and you see a red streak as a minor explosion happens somewhere distant. And and a missile streaks out of the forest
Uh-oh.
and impacts the site of this machine in a fiery detonation.
Oh, shit.
I'm fairly certain that wakes everyone the fuck
So
up.
as it streaks across the darkness and immediately just explodes, shredding shrapnel and fire across your entire campsite, everyone is startled awake.
Well, I know exactly what that sound is.
It sure does, Timothy Thomas.
Fucking RPG fire.
So, as everybody wakes up from this seeming ambush, I'm going to go ahead and have Vaku make a reflex save.
All right.
What about me? I'm inside the machine.
I will also need you to make a reflex save.
Reflex save. 16.
15 and 20. You both barely make it. Well, Vaku barely makes it, but Yarich makes it. So, as this thing screaming across the night and in this fiery eruption, you manage to, just on instinct, immediately pull yourself up, Vaku, and leap off to the other side, utilizing this machine as cover. And the explosion goes off, only catching just the barest part of your flesh and what would otherwise be a singeing burn. And as for Yarich, let's go ahead and quickly determine that.
Yarich gets rattled as the RPG detonates in the hull.
Yeah. So this would be a... Isn't that interesting? Okay, there we go. Yes, cool. So that would be this heft. So that would be 12 points of fire damage as you were caught in the singed line of these things. That would reduce you to 18 minus... What was that?
It's
12? So that would be 6 remaining stamina left. You basically force with all of your
Are you
might,
sure?
hurl
I
yourself
have
to the other
21
side.
stamina.
Do what? No, I'm talking about Vaku.
Ah.
Regardless, Vaku, you would take 12 points of damage and fall down to 6 stamina left. You hurl yourself over the side of the vehicle as this explosion goes off, and you are caught by the barest edges of these cimbers. Whereas, again, like Matt had mentioned, Yarich, inside of this internal compartment, you're messing around with these strange physical malfunctions and what almost looks like sabotage when this missile strike hits, and you are basically thrown around inside, taking probably 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Alright. So with that, I'll subtract 12 from...
And with that, what is the immediate instinct of everybody that wakes up in the party?
Grabbing my kit and immediately going into, like, oh god, we're under attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karth is coming up and Spark is forming into his club.
So, give me an idea, people. Next to this machine, where are you all organized?
I'm probably by the cart. By Tim Tom's buggy.
Also, I just want to mention... Oh no, this is probably because I was looking at the grid too zoomed out. I thought Carthan was just very tiny for some reason.
Oh no.
No, he's fine.
If there's
So-
a grid, can we see it and ping where you want our tokens to go?
I'm doing it real quick. Always for everybody. I'm just having to adjust Carthan because I've never used him before. Do you have dark vision, Carthan?
I do indeed have dark vision.
How much? 60?
Yes.
Alright, I will update your sheet. Alright.
So, I think my entire focus should be focusing on making sure the
gentlemen.
parts are repaired.
Let me reset the fog of war and transfer us over to this sheet. Can you all see your appropriate vision?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mine is just a black screen at the moment.
Oh, Vaku's not here. 1 second. So, Vaku, do the Lyoka have dark vision?
They have low light
They have
vision.
low light vision, so you should have 30 foot of dim vision and a 15-foot radius of light, because presumably you are all turning on your flashlights. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you would be blind. All right, you see it now?
No, it's still black on my end. There is like a little bar here.
A little bar, you're not seeing anything?
I guess it's like my character token, but like
Let me
it's
check.
otherwise just black.
How about now?
Okay, yeah, I can see it now.
All right, everything should be fixed then.
So
So-
I'm going to stay inside machine and continue working on it.
All right, let's go ahead and roll initiative for the entire party.
What exactly is this line we're braced up against?
That orange, like, crossways, that is the road that you are currently on.
Hey, Levi,
Okay.
I too as well have low light vision.
I've already adjusted that for you.
Okay,
You have 30 foot, dim light vision because of that.
Come on, motherfucker.
Do I really
Roll.
need that?
I'll be right back.
Can you not just click initiative and roll, or do I just roll dexterity?
Well,
There's
if
a
you go to
fist
the combat
icon.
tracker and see it.
What?
Go over to the combat tracker in the top right. It's a fist icon.
Combat tracker.
And you can click the dice that is for your character. So as we go ahead and start what should be round 1, we begin with Timothy Thomas. What do you want to do? You just woke the hell up. You're not sure what's going on.
Well, I'm assuming Tim Tom does see the firebolt, like the
Yeah, you
firebolt
all
go
are
off.
freezing.
Tim Tom's going to get up and just yell, "Report! Where'd that come from?" To
So
try
you
to,
scream out.
yeah.
You know what? You can come up here.
Okay, what direction did I see it come from?
You would have seen it come from. Let me know if this is visible to you. You would have seen it from this general direction.
I saw it come from the northwest.
So is this right here a bush? Oh
Yeah,
wait,
that-
is,
that appears to be
is there?
a bush.
Do we have pings?
Yeah, you should be able to hold down. I guess not for this system now.
Okay, so Tim Tom's gonna rush behind here and is going to immediately get, like,
Get behind it.
some form of concealment.
All right. So you're gonna go ahead and basically just cower behind the bush.
He's not cowering. He's trying to make sure people can't see him and shoot his ass.
No, I get it. So, as you do so, immediately there is a crack, like a whipping retort in the darkness. No flash, which is strange. Let me go ahead and look. I'm going to go ahead and have him target. We'll do one of the bigger targets. So I'm going to choose Karth, actually. There appears to be a small streak of light that crosses the darkness. No real origin of its point, until eventually it whips around and almost seems to adjust its trajectory and impacts Karth dead on. It would inflict 11 points of piercing damage as a miniature rocket smashes into your side. Devin, do you have that?
Yep,
So you can go ahead and minus that from your blue bar, your stamina.
got it.
Have you done that?
I did it and it did not save it. There we go.
Cool. So as this small round impacts you and slams you up against Doomtread, who is right behind you, you suddenly notice that the war machine is also not moving. However, with the amount of physical bulk that you have and the general endurance to pain, it didn't seem to breach your armor, so you seem fine.
Okay, Levi,
Yes.
before we go to put level 3 on, this is so that way it can automatically update my stamina and hit points.
Level 3? What are you talking about?
Oh, you said we leveled up, right?
Yes, but I will quickly do that for you.
Okay, the reason why I was bringing that up is because... Oh god, yeah.
There.
Cool, thank you.
You were at full HP, weren't you?
Yes, and I was at full stamina, so my stamina should be...
Looks good.
Fine.
So as soon as that first retort comes through, a second one smashes forward, and it's actually going to target you, the bear, who is in partial cover.
Oh, fucking hell.
So a 29 rockets out of the nearby fucking landscape, still not technically revealing where they are, and immediately smashes you and impacts you for 17 points of damage.
Plus 15.
The massive amount of impact. Let me go ahead and roll a d100 real quick because you have. Oh no, partial cover is a AC bonus, and this person would in fact ignore the concealment chance. So, as this round curves around the bush and impacts you, immediately smashing into and blowing a massive chunk out of your armored vest that you are currently wearing. You're almost thrown to the ground from the sheer hostility of this attack. However, you are not wounded, just your ears are ringing. It is now Baku's turn.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna try to like get into some fucking cover, you know?
Alrighty. So you'd go ahead and take cover behind Doomtread, who is still not moving.
Yep.
What else do you do? Anything else?
What else can I really do?
It's up to you.
Yarich had no idea that
I mean, I guess I could just like get my pistol out and just like ready like a reaction attack or something.
Shoot out into the darkness.
Oh, I guess.
Alrighty. So it goes to Enkos Orion. What is your first instinct? Alright, we skip Hooper and go to Park.
I'm here, push to talk. Yes. So we still have no positive ID on whatever the fuck is in the darkness, right?
Indeed, it is off in that general direction. I will point it out. That is what Vaku said.
Okay, can I do a perception check to try and find it?
You can give me a perception check, but because it is sheer darkness around you, that perception check would automatically fail.
Oh, well, never mind then. I guess what I'm gonna do then is I'm just going to, fire off in the general direction.
Alright, give me an attack roll. A 19 isn't bad. A 70, however, on a percentile. The shot goes off into the darkness with a crack and a flash. What do you want to do with your movement?
With my movement, I would like to... What is my position as far as cover goes? Am I like in a ditch or something?
So right now you are sitting on the dirt road. If you want to like crawl into a ditch, I would say that you could go prone and kind of like move forward just a bit. That way you could be on the, like, if this is the road, if you were to move forward to like right here and fall prone, you would be in a ditch. You would have a measure of cover.
I will do that then, because I would like to have some type of ranged cover from future RPG attacks.
Yeah, you go ahead and drop prone and immediately try to get a semblance of your surroundings. And it would go to Carthenople. After getting hit by that round and seeing that whatever is attacking you is not playing around, what is your instinct?
Parth is immediately going to run forward and get himself behind some cover to avoid the next fucking volley.
Yeah, you all watch as Carthen runs off into the darkness. Anything else? You still have your standard left.
Could make a prepared action.
You could make a prepared action. You could also move forward again.
I will, and I'll start attuning towards Photon.
Alrighty. So, well, that's. Did you say that you're making a prepared action to do what?
Probably a prepared dodge action for the next shot if I can see it.
I will say that if you get the sense you're about to be shot, you will drop prone. Does that work?
That sounds good to me.
Alright, it goes to Yarich. What are you attempting to do?
Without knowledge that Doomtread's not working, I'm going to continue trying to fix the big boy because he's our main priority.
Alrighty, give me an engineering check.
Come on.
You continue to work on these damaged wheels, crawling around and kind of pulling yourself like a monkey bars style situation, clambering around and fixing just kind of general damage. I would say that it is not quite repaired in full, so you'd still have time to go if you're just purely focusing on this.
I'm just focusing on getting this thing going again.
And that is fair. At that moment, then, another cracking retort would come out. So I'm going to say out of the people that are currently moving forward, they would probably be prioritizing, I would say, Centurion at this moment. So this individual is going to go ahead and, in the darkness, perform his bullshit.
God,
That is
wow,
a natural.
great.
Okay, that's definitely what I wanted to happen, game. You know what? No, it's a 29. It's a 19. I don't care.
It crit on me.
I'm not critting you.
Okay.
This isn't my intent for this situation.
I'm not gonna argue, but alright.
So with a 13 points of damage, as you are standing in front of Doomtread, you receive a full-on thunderous impact that seems to splinter shards off of your armor, your carapace. I'm not intending to fucking instantly murder you before you even get a turn to react. I mean, come on.
That's your call as the GM.
That is my call.
If it was me, I would have let it go through, but I'm not gonna argue with you.
No.
Okay.
It would go to another individual. So, seeing that the only person that has not been impacted would be... I mean, technically everybody here's almost been shot. This person is going to take a prepared action, and it will move to Centurion 447.
So
turn.
after getting shot and like seeing some plate chip off my armor, I'm gonna take a hand and pound on the back of Doomtread like, "Hey, it's now or never, big guy."
Is you're like motioning for him to do something? He's still standing stock still.
Shit. What I will do is, would it be a standard to get on comms and talk to someone, or is that free?
I would say that that's free.
Okay. For my free action, I'm gonna tap on my comm unit. You reach. Doomtread is not moving. I know you're trying to get. I know you're trying to get that APC in order, but we need Doomtread on the field now.
Understood.
And with that, I'm going to, I guess. So let me ask you: can I move and then drop prone, or how does that work?
You can drop prone as a pre-action, or not a pre-action, a free action.
So I could move first and then drop prone after I'm done moving.
Technically, you could like run full force and move what is it, like a certain amount of your movement speed times something. But if you want to just move your full speed forward using your like standard and movement, then that would be fine if you drop prone at the end of it.
Yes, I'm going to, I guess, move up to here. I'm not gonna drop. I just want to know how that worked. I'm not gonna drop prone yet. I'm gonna use my standard as a prepared action, and I'm going to open fire at anything that I get sightline on. That's an enemy.
So as time ticks forward, it would go to Timothy Thomas's turn.
So Tim Tom's gonna draw out his pistol. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Tim Tom's gonna continue the advance. Oh wait, how do you do the measure and move? Is it control or shift?
There's the ruler.
There's a ruler tool.
To about here.
Alrighty, that was your movement. Do anything with your standard?
Well, free action, throws himself prone. Hold my action to fire at anything that comes out. Any sort of enemy.
Alrighty. As you all continue to listen, you don't hear any sounds of like movement in the forests. You do hear another shot though. And at this moment, that impact would be directed towards, I would say, Tim Tom. What is your AC +4?
AC +4?
You need to equip your armor. I think you haven't had it equipped. You do. It's only second skin, though.
Yeah. Kinetic or energy AC?
Kinetic.
Kinetic, 17.
Right. So, a 17 that absolutely still hits. Let me quickly maneuver over to him. So as you are prone in the middle of the dirt, you hear another crack, and suddenly there is an explosion above you as shrapnel basically showers over you, and you are given several severe lacerations, primarily over your back and legs. It is like a small hailstorm of fire, and you get a sense that this is some kind of like long-range rifle.
Oh god.
I did prepare an action to use my laser pistol.
Go ahead and give me attack then.
Did I see? Yeah, because did I see where the shot might have come from?
Give me a perception check.
Because I still had like any sort of.
So
Perception.
Ah,
10,
shit.
you're not quite certain.
Nice.
6, you shoot your pistol off into the darkness, and it seems to not impact anything of note.
Damn it.
Go to his turn then. And he is going to go ahead and go ahead and bring out his attack as well. So a 19. What did you say your AC was, Tim Tom?
17 with the +4 kinetic. Oh yeah, no. If I survived my next round, I'm GT the fuck FOing.
So that would be 14 points of damage.
Ah.
So
Wait,
that
you
would
said your
be-
KAC was what +4?
Well, 13 +4.
Oh, never mind then.
That would be a 17 total.
Yeah.
I'm down.
So, as Tim Tom is impacted by another one of these rifle rounds, it appears that he falls limp and prone onto the ground. We will come back to you in a moment. And it would go to Vaku's turn.
Okay. I guess I could like. I guess I gotta. I'll just move up a fair amount and just take cover behind one of these bushes.
Alrighty. Anything else? You've still got your standard.
There's like a way I can like hunker down that would like improve my odds of not getting hit.
You could either fall prone or try to immerse yourself in the bush, become one with the bush.
Become one with nature.
What are you thinking? You're becoming one with nature?
Yes.
Seeing as how you're inside of the bush and you've partially broken line of sight, I will allow you to use your standard action to make a stealth check.
All right.
You can utilize your movement to go somewhere else. So you begin to immerse yourself in the bush and find yourself caught on brambles.
Oh.
That being said, though, that is still technically a check, and a 1 isn't a technical failure unless, they roll really shitly. So, Ankos Orion, you are prone on the ground in the ditch. You get a sense that your opponent is probably far ahead of you, probably in some reinforced position, and are taking pot shots at you with rifles.
Well, in that case, I would like
These
to...
are like death blows, and they are very clearly prepared.
Well, in that case, I'm going to make a stealth roll to hide myself in the perception.
Yeah, you are in the middle of a ditch, so I'll say that you do have a partial concealment. A 15. You begin crawling around. Do you want to get up from your prone position and start moving?
If I see
Start crawling.
if I see position with better concealment, I will hide myself there. But otherwise, I'm just trying to go with whatever can give me the best concealment.
So, you don't see anything in the darkness up ahead, aside from what almost seems to be... I'll see if Tim Tom can give you a little bit of an illumination from his lights. There seems to be a tree up ahead here that you could start working towards. But I will put that back in the dark. It seems that there is more cover up ahead. That being said, though, if you want to remain here, I will not contest that. Alright,
I will remain here then.
Carthenople, what you doing, bud?
I'm moving up to the next bush that I can, that I think that I'll have at least some cover in.
Sounds good. Alright, that is your movement action. Do you want to do anything with your standard? You can move up again.
Yeah, let me go ahead and sprint forward to the next one. And I'll take an extra photon attunement.
Alrighty. With that, it would move on to Yarich. Give me another engineering check.
I'm abandoning the machine and moving to Doomtread.
So you crawl out from underneath it and start, like, crawling onto Doomtread.
Yes.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
going to
get
get
some dinner. I'll be back.
I'm going to get him working instead.
Yeah, give me an engineering check then.
Come on, Lord.
Okay, that's a
Seems
decent
to-
roll.
He seems to shudder for a moment, as if something is wrong with him. However, you begin working on him. So, it will go to the next hostile individual. What's up?
I was thinking I could also probably try to stealthily make my way over here, because...
Oh, yeah, give me a stealth check.
Alright.
Hell yeah, you navigate from one machine to the other and seem to vanish into the night.
So, they don't know where I'm at or what I'm doing. At least,
You're
hopefully.
not quite certain what's going on
At
on
least-
that side.
Again, at least hopefully.
You were inside of the fucking vehicle when they attacked, and if they didn't see you get out and go over there, they might not be aware you exist.
So, seeing Carthan in a advancing position, this individual will take a shot at him. A 14, does that hit?
It does not hit.
Alright, so, as you are hiding behind the bush, you hear another impact in the dirt beside you, and it seems to spark up and ignite and leave a small crater where it once was. It would go to this individual, who would also take off a shot.
I like how you named them.
Nice.
So, as this one goes off, you see it whiz past you, whiz past Centurion's head, and whiz past Doomtread's head, and seems to vanish off into the night and explode and take down a tree somewhere. That is a far miss. Going to the Centurion's turn.
I think I'm gonna double move this turn. So, let's see here. 25 feet.
500-foot fucking range?
I'm sorry, fuck! Damn it! What the hell just happened? Okay, 25 feet, I'm pretty sure from where I was right... Why the fuck, when I click the ruler tool, isn't it... Okay, yeah, that's 25 feet. And next nearest cover...
Wait, how are you doing that?
What, the ruler?
Yeah.
Left
There's a
hand
ruler.
side of the screen, there's a ruler tool.
Okay.
Fuck. Okay,
Huh.
I guess I will move over here. And I'm also gonna drop prone as a free action.
Alrighty. You go prone.
And that's my turn.
Okay. So, we would go to Timothy Thomas. Let's go ahead and see. How many resolve do you have?
I have...
You should
Well,
have
I should have...
5.
Yeah, I have 5 resolve.
So,
I will spend 1 to stabilize.
at this moment, I believe... Let me check. I'll do some calculator stuff. Yeah, it would still just be 1. So you would spend a single resolve and go into a stable state, no longer dying. So you are no longer dying, but you are, at the moment, not necessarily unconscious, but you are certainly incapable of action. So you're hearing the whipping of sounds and fire above you, and catching occasional glints of light as you hear retorts from your friends. Maybe next turn you can get back up and start fighting. It would go to his turn. Seeing as how there
Ollie.
are now individuals that are beginning to start making their way, I believe that this individual in his mindset would start prioritizing the forward targets. No, actually, he would take this mission to reload. It would go to this individual, and he too would reload. And then it would go to Vaku's turn.
All right. Let's see here. I think I'll move.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that.
I think I'll just move up here.
Sounds good.
and take cover.
Alrighty. It would go to Ankos. You are still prone in the ditch.
Push to
Hooper,
talk.
you're-
All right. Well, so I have the dark sight from these glasses. Does that still prevent me from doing an
Let me
actual?
quickly check.
Because you said this is
Oh,
absolute
your-
darkness, which is a little bit different.
Yeah, are you referring to the enhanced camera?
Yes.
That would have a dark vision range of 60 feet, so I will adjust your token appropriately. There you go.
Which means these attacks are still very far outside of my cone of vision.
Indeed.
They're far outside all of us. They're fucking sniping us at a distance with perfect visibility almost.
That means, well, they probably have either night vision or thermal sights. So, actually, we need to do the exact opposite here then. So, do I have any
Counter
let me see if
ambush? Play dead, let them come to us?
that or blind them? You know what's really fucking jarring for a night vision sight? Excessive light.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking I wish I had flares, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't have any either, honestly.
I mean, you do have
Good part, get me
grenades.
to
I have
reactivate the
grenades,
lights.
not flares.
Yeah, this would have
Still,
to be
grenades still flash and bang though.
Yeah, but not as much as a flare, and it's
And
too
probably
short.
not long
I
enough to
could
let me fucking
probably-
see them either.
Hey, Tim Tom.
I'm down.
Yeah, you got any? Oh,
You could still respond, but you're very wounded.
Tim Tom, you got any alcohol on you?
I imagine Tim Tom might have his flask, but it's not in it. I don't have it inventorized. I think I just used it as a fucking roleplay plot. So
He's gonna try to make a Molotov or something out of that.
Hell, I mean, if you want to go over and collect something from his body, you're free to. So, Hooper, what do you want to do?
Honestly, in lieu of having a better plan, I just need to be stealthy. I think our best choice right now is to not be seen.
You want to just keep hiding here?
Yes.
Alrighty, your turn passes. With that, it goes to Carthan.
Yeah, so Carthan has been zooming, and he's going to continue fucking
Oh,
zooming.
dude, do you want to actually run? You can run in a straight line up to 4 times your normal speed.
Oh,
Put a condition, and you can't run if you must cross difficult terrain or can't see where you're going. Sadly, the night prevents you from full-on running.
That is correct. Even with my dark vision, it's a little spooky. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a single move to get up this far,
Alrighty.
and then let me do my math.
Yeah, you will see
Are-
Carthan disappearing to the night with his little moat providing about the flashlight's equivalent of light around him.
Oh, it's
Do you want
Yep,
to turn that off?
no. I want to form him into my weapon,
Oh,
so
I
they
see.
just see this fucking club of light.
It is like a reverberation, the air shimmering and kind of making a whooping sound, like a as it manifests into your hand and you begin dragging it along the ground beside you. Anything else to do with your standard action?
No. Hopefully, my glow stick will protect me because I can't move much further in this turn.
Protect me, glow stick. It goes to Yarreach.
I'm going to finish Doomtread.
Alrighty.
hopefully.
Oh,
He's 16.
No,
You continue-
no, I'm using my special thing once a day.
Oh, shit, okay.
Alright,
nat 20. Give us a nat 20, buddy. Come on, you can do it.
memory module activated, and come on, Lord.
Hey!
So,
Oh!
you start rooting around in
19,
this.
29 total for the record.
Yeah. You start rooting around in Doomtread's internals and find something you didn't see before connected to a port near his leg. You quickly rip it off and run a quick system reset, and it seems to jolt the towering war machine awake, who immediately goes like, what is going on?
Fight! We're in the fight. They're launching missiles. We need immediate action that direction.
So yeah, he is going to go ahead and turn and notice where you are pointing, and he is no longer helpless. It would go to this person's turn, who reloads, and then to this person's turn, who reloads.
So, with
We'll
my
go to
standard,
Seccaro
I'm
turn.
going to use my movement to go over here.
Okay.
Again, stealthily, not letting them... Do I need to make another stealth check to move over here?
I would say I'll let you keep the previous 20.
Alright.
Let me go ahead and add Doom Tread to this. He should have a initiative value of that. So, oops, I need a reroll. Plus another 16 would be 19, or plus another 3 would be 19. So
I
he's up
didn't
there
mean
in
to
the-
roll that.
No, you're fine. Alright, so it is 447's turn. You are currently prone.
Okay, so is getting up a move action or is it a free action?
Yeah.
Okay, getting up's a move action.
Yes.
Alright, how fast can I move while prone?
I believe it's a quarter of your normal speed.
Okay. So...
So a quarter would be
that-
5 feet.
Okay. Actually, wouldn't it be 6 feet? 25
Yeah,
divided by
there's-
4?
There's no 6 feet hex or tile in
Oh,
this
right.
game.
No, I'm
It's right
stupid.
down to
Yep.
the nearest
Yeah,
place.
yeah. I was interpreting that as... Okay, never mind. Alright, well, that is a bitch.
You could get up and standard run somewhere and then
I-
drop prone again.
Oh, right, yeah. Because dropping prone's a free action. Okay. I'm going to spend 1 movement action to get up. I'm going to use a standard to move 25 feet, let's say, right there. Right over here.
Yeah, you pretty much
And-
skirt over, get up from your prone position, run for a bit, and then drop back to your
Come on.
prone. state.
Exactly.
You see me?
I'm trying...
I'm down.
What was that?
I'm up. They see me. I'm down.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm prone and behind cover. I'm trying to keep from getting hit by another fucking missile. So...
Alright, in lieu of looking at the rules, Tim Tom, I will state that you can come back to consciousness for 1 point of resolve. Is that something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, I'll come back to consciousness for a point of resolve.
Alright, 3, you were at 1 hit point.
Okay. So I'm up.
Yes, you are up, however you are prone.
Cool. Picks up pistol, aims it at the back of fucking 447, and he hits him with a...
You confused me for a fucking second there. I was like, hold on.
I hit him with a basic inhibitor.
What? Inhibitor's
Or,
the
not inhibitor, a basic booster.
Alright.
That gives him a plus 10 foot. Oh, wait, hang on. Engagement or enhancement boost to their speed if the creature has.
Which biohack are you using?
It's just the basic one.
Alright, so you're going to reach over. Go ahead and fire off your pistol real quick.
I almost thought.
No, I'm just doing it for ammo counting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Alrighty, so, I imagine that you... Oh, you just fired your scattergun. It should have been...
No,
your pistol.
no, whoops. Yeah, whoops.
So anyway, you go ahead, reach up, pull the pistol off of your hip, look over towards 447 and shoot him with something. And I imagine 447, as you were running, you just get, like, jolted. There is now a needle sticking out of your shoulder.
I'm just gonna look over at it. Damn it, doctor. And just pluck it out of my fucking shoulder.
So your speed would go up to that for the moment.
Cool.
You are now at 35. You feel a surge of adrenaline hitting you, and you feel faster than before.
Nice.
Would go to Doomtread, and seeing that there is an engagement and that the moth did point in a general direction, he is going to begin moving. So he could get to about
Oh, he has hella movement.
at his chassis.
He has treads.
Sure.
I thought he has legs.
He has legs.
Nope.
So, at the current moment, he is equipped with the biped fast legs, and his base chassis gives him a 80-foot movement speed. So, in total, he can move 100 feet. So he's going to get to about right there in between those. Zoop. He can't seem to see anything beyond in the darkness, though. That is... I'm going to go ahead and say that he is following in line with the rest of you and keeping an eye out for the darkness and getting ready to shoot something.
I'm back.
With that, you're not quite certain that you hear much, but you do get a sense that there is a renewed sense of urgency now that the mech is moving, and they're going to begin shooting him. A 13, you hear a plink off in the distance and something scrapes up against something else in the darkness. It would go to this character, who is also going to fire. A 28 most certainly hits, and with a thunderous crack, you hear the shields on Doomtread seemingly break.
Is Yarich still in Doomtread?
No.
9, so he would take and suffer 8 points of damage.
Yarich got off Doomtread and went back to the big machine to get it working again.
Well, I can't see you because fog of war, so I didn't know. I don't even know where the fuck Doomtread is right now.
So yeah, you do hear the sounds of plate shearing apart in the distance. It would jump from this individual's turn to Vaku.
Alright. See, ruler. Okay. Gonna move up here. And
You might want to move again to cover.
yeah, like that. I didn't see any other cover.
Well, there's some. That's metagaming. I can't really say that. But there is something in front of fucking our new ally. I fucking forget his name. Carthen. Sorry, I just look at Devin's tag and it just says GM.
Is that all you do?
I mean, I could go prone to like try to make myself harder to hit.
You say you could, do you?
Sure.
You go prone, that is the end of your turn. It goes to Ankos Orion. Are you still hiding in the ditch?
I think he left to get dinner.
Alrighty.
I'm jumping back and forth between the two. Yeah, I am still in the ditch, but I would like to... Fucking Christ. I know these shots are too far away to do anything. Do I see that Doomtread has been reactivated?
Yeah, no, you saw him marching off beside you.
Okay. I vaguely remember that Doomtread has more features or abilities whenever he has a pilot, so I want to try to rendezvous with Doomtread.
Alrighty, you want to get up as a movement action, and you have a 40-foot movement speed, so you want to start making your way over there?
Yes.
So 10, 20, 30, 40. That would be where you could get. Do you want to try and call out for his attention, or...?
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good. Alright, so next turn he will come over to you. He just kind of like turns over in mid-stride and sees you. It will go to Carthen Opal.
Yeah, so I'm zooming further into the darkness.
You begin to see just the very edge of what appears to be a small cliff crest.
Yeah, so... kind of zigzagging, I'll run up this way and slide into prone.
Alrighty. You do so, and it will go to Yarich.
I'm going to fix this machine now.
Give me an engineering check.
Oh, I'm gonna...
A lot more metal to work with, but you're making steady progress. You're definitely having to clamber from like wheel to all 6 in total, but you're trying best to repair what damage there is, and you get a sense that next turn this might be like finished.
Right.
We'll go
When that's done, I'm going to drive this thing away from the bow.
So, Devin, go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
So,
Oh,
as
nice!
this person fires, you actually manage to catch sight of him, and he is firing at you. A 21, so you are in partial cover and you are prone, so your kinetic AC should be 20 for prone, and that partial cover should give you at least a +2 modifier. So, the gunshot whips to your side and very nearly brushes the dirt near your leg. You feel a couple of sparks. Inflict a few minor cuts, but nothing terrible happened this time, and I will reveal this individual. He is right here.
The truth revealed.
All right. I
You
can work
see
with that.
him kind of cock back the bolt on his rifle as he is in a crouched position, kind of draped in what appears to be a suit made of the nearby foliage.
Ghillie Suit Man the Epic.
It would go to this individual, who is still very much out of sightline of everyone. So he too is going to try and take a shot at you. A 19, and let me check his range real quick. A 70-foot range, and that should be... Let me quickly check its stats. Alright, so he'd still have to use the sniper profile. Alright, that is the end of his turn as more dirt seems to explode around you.
Okay.
It is now Centurion 447's turn. You
Alright.
see Carthen very much up there.
Use
He is
movement.
schmoving.
Use movement to stand. Use standard to move 35 feet. Let me see. Let's go.
How long does that booster last?
There. 35
I'm
feet.
not really
And then
sure.
use free action to go
effect
prone again.
lasts an equal number of rounds.
Key
Use
ability
equal-
score modifier. So 5.
Yeah.
Aren't
Yeah.
you? No, it's 4. 4 rounds. So this is your first of 4 rounds. Can you keep track of that, Brian?
Yeah.
Alright, you're dropping prone again into the bush.
Yes.
Alrighty, you'll go to Timothy Thomas. You are still lying on the ground, severely wounded.
Cool. I will use a med patch on myself. Wait, does med patches return fucking HP?
Med patches, you could try to treat deadly wounds. I believe that might need more time than you currently have. Let me check.
It needs 10 minutes.
It needs 1 minute.
Okay, so I don't have that. I will stand the fuck up.
You get
Not
up,
your
covered
greatest
in
idea
blood.
right now.
Stand up covered in blood.
And I don't really have. I'm out in the open. And
I
Retreat.
imagine it's one of those, like, shell-shocked war veterans standing up in the middle of the trenches as explosions are going off around them.
I'm gonna run up to use the rest of my action to move up to. Shit, I gotta move something quick. No, fuck you. I'm gonna move to here and then immediately just fucking dolphin dive behind the bush.
Yeah, luckily you saw this before. Like, he actually approached you, Hooper, or else you would have just seen a bear come out of the middle of the darkness and crash through a bush and fall over.
Christ. Tim Tom is most
It'll
definitely
go to
spooked.
Doomtread's turn, who is going to already be moving. Going to go up to here. Somewhere up in this range. I'll take that.
Oh,
Seems like
I,
he is-
I guess he did not. He did not heed
no,
my
you are-
call.
You are correct. He is going to go ahead and come over to you and pick you up. So let's see. Let's put you here. I believe that there is this. Yes. So you are now circled by the mount.
As
and he's
he
going to go ahead and take his standard action, which he still has remaining, and going to start moving towards that area.
as he lets me in, once I'm inside the pilot seat, I'm gonna start like frantically looking for the operator's gear so I can start accessing the.
Yeah, as you do that, you start hearing the cracking of the aspect puppet in the cockpit seat, like behind you, and you are both going to begin dressing yourself in the appropriate gear. It is now this individual's turn. So, seeing what is going on, seeing the ever-encroaching mech that is coming right for him, he is going to go ahead and take a shot. A 29 is a for certain hit, dealing 6 points of damage. You hear another blow rock the hull of this device. Oh, we were at that much before. Let me minus it by 6. Yeah, it seems like Doomtread is taking quite a few critical hits, and you can hear wires sparking and plates shearing metal on the outside. Doesn't sound very good. Next turn is this individual. Seeing that Carthan is so close now. This is a precarious situation for this individual.
As Doomtread's also getting quite close.
Yeah, they are both getting quite close. You hear what almost sounds like a grouping of static, as if it were a stretched out or like tuned radio. Go ahead and give me a perception check, Devin.
Alrighty.
A 22. This person will attempt to make a stealth check.
Damn.
32. This person seemingly sneaks out of your sight. To about right there, and then is going to go ahead and... Let me just manually move him. And he's going to plonk down right there. And with that, with individuals out of his sight, he's going to go ahead and take his standard action and move right about there. Now it would go to Vaku's turn. Seeing as though Sam is not responding.
You with us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just had my mic muted because I was coughing earlier. So, what would it cost for me to get out of prone?
It's a movement.
Movement action.
Okay.
And then you can use your standard to move after that if you want.
Okay.
Alrighty, so you do so.
Just gonna move into cover.
Alrighty, do you want to drop prone again or just stay standing?
Just kind of just chill there.
Alrighty. It would go to Ankos Orion. You are inside of this, and you're going to use your full round action to go ahead and, empower this lad, give him another action.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, so you sit inside of the carapace, now strapped on with the neural helm and haptic gauntlets, and seemingly there's no real sensation, almost as if you aren't establishing a full connection, but you do get a sense that you are now assisting with some of the more less integral operations on board this massive war machine. More specifically, you feel like you are operating a rather large gun. When you extend your hands out, it's almost like you are directing the barrel of something very large and very angry, and it gives you a surge of adrenaline. And it would go to Carthan Opal. What is your plan?
I am going to stay put, but I have fallen unattuned, so I'm going to start graviton attuning.
Oh, I see.
Since I'm in a comfortable spot for the moment.
Understandable. So you're just going to hunker down here?
That's right.
It would go to Yarich.
You know what I'm doing.
One last engineering check.
You already know what it is.
You finally get one last piece of sabotaged equipment repaired, and you hear the rumble of this thing kick to life.
I'm going to instruct this thing to get out of Dodge.
It gives all of you a comm message that it is leaving, and begins moving at the end of the round. It would go to his turn. This is the individual that was spotted. So, what's up?
Enemy spotted.
I'm on it this time, so I'm going to keep with this and make sure it keeps going.
Understandable. So, Devin.
Yes.
You two exchange a mutual glance of, hostility between each other. And this individual revealed he is going to begin storming off into the dark forest.
A melee character's worst nightmare. A character with range.
And you hear what appears to be, let me check the range on this. That would be somewhere around 105. Let me check the range on these. These have a rather low initial range, so he's not capable of doing much in terms of that. He's going to go ahead and make a prepared action. And it will go to this individual. Still undiscovered, but seeing that something is fast encroaching, he is also going to go ahead and start making his way out of this zone. 10, 15, 20... And he is going to also prepare something. This individual, however, is going to just stay put. In fact, he is going to shoot again. His last shot in his rifle. 22. That impacts the armor of Doomtread and does another rather mediocre 6 points of damage. You hear another sound of shearing metal as it seems that he is taking more and more damage, but seems okay for the moment. It is now 447's turn.
Okay, I'm trying to wonder if I should go this way or move up with Karth. Either way, you know, I think I'll go this way because it'll afford me a little bit of a better cover. So I'm going to move towards that tree stump. I'm going to use my movement to stand up, standard to move. And over here.
Full prone behind the tree.
Yep.
At this point, you should just rename yourself to Leapfrog.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, I use... That's pretty much it.
Alright, so you toad your way behind the tree. Duck and dive and jump and dive and jump and dive. It goes to Tim Tom. You are cowering behind a bush. Oh, no, rather, before it is your turn, this thing takes off and begins taking Tyler out with it. Whee!
Tim Tom doesn't see it, but he probably hears it. He hears that.
You hear the rumbling.
Ah, Christ!
I'm going to send a message saying, I'm sorry, but I need to get this thing to safety.
I'm gonna run to the car. Run to my buggy.
So you movement, get up, and run over to your buggy.
Yeah, where would the buggy be?
I would imagine that it's probably somewhere around here. You clamber inside, pull open what remains of like the steel mesh that is its door, and clamber into the giant seat. And start trying to start it.
Yeah.
That is your turn.
Okay.
It would go to Indoom's tread. So this war machine is going to begin marching. About to right here. And as he goes up to about this spot, you hear something. Everybody actually hears something. A massive explosion goes off near the mech. It would be, I don't know how to reveal this, but he would need to make a reflex save, which he will do.
Ouch.
He fails and takes the full damage, which would be 4d12 points.
Oh.
Oh!
So this thing detonates, and in a massive fireball, Doomtread falls down to one knee and craters onto the cliff face, almost seemingly scratching. However, even with this irreversible damage, I'm going to go ahead and say, Ankos, make a perception check. You are checking the panels.
All right.
For fuck's sake.
24, and this individual would be
Well,
16. So, you manage to see around this tree face, there is an individual that is hiding in cover.
All right. Does my turn start after this one or not?
It is technically in Doom Tread's turn, and he is using his last standard action to allow you to open fire onto him, so give me a piloting check.
Alrighty.
You use piloting to fire mech guns in this?
It is like gunnery, yeah.
That's cool.
You can also use your base attack bonus if you want.
I'll do the piloting.
A 14. You go ahead and let this thing rev to life and begin scattering shells around him. And as this starts happening and the tree starts taking a brunt of the damage, limbs tearing off and flying around, the mech comes in and craters on the cliff's edge and begins to shut down.
Question: does Doom's Tread have smoke grenade launchers?
You check his current inventory and it looks like his armaments are the Buzzblade and the autocannon.
Note for future upgrades, if he's gonna go down, I'm going to try my best to, I don't know, keep him from falling off a cliff or something.
It's not falling off a cliff, he is like falling onto a cliff's rise. He's like on the stone slope and is going to come to a stop. You're still safely encompassed inside of this thing, but you could get out next turn if you want.
No, I'm gonna keep manning the scanners to see if they try to make a run for us.
Fair. It is now this individual's turn. You keep a watch on the scanners. Let's see. He would need to make a stealth check -10. A 16, which your perception check of 17 would beat. It would reveal this individual right here.
If there's any outward-facing lights on Doom's Tread, as a last action, I'd like to turn them on to this individual that I've just discovered.
You know what? That sounds kind of cool. Yeah, give me one last piloting check to try and move his damaged, very much critical systems. And you're going to try and shine a light on this individual.
Nice.
So, Doomtread, in these grasps where he is kind of clawing onto the face, his actual like head unit rotates and the eye expands and a large light filters out. Let me go ahead and make a light source real quick. A small spotlight shines on this individual. It should not be becoming day. I don't know what you're thinking, game.
Ha!
So that would reveal him plainly to most of the party. Quick thinking.
Nice. Now that we have both the targets illuminated, we can start opening fire.
Well, the other one isn't illuminated. He's illuminated by the glasses. So
I only
it's your
see.
sensors and shit.
I see only one target. So
Either way, somebody is now in, like, they are now opened up to be fucked up.
This is true.
Uh-oh.
It would go to this individual's turn. Seeing his current scenario, he is going to go ahead and make another attack. You guys are all heavily bunkered down. He'll make one against Faku. The only person that's not sleeping, basically. A 29 and 10 points of piercing damage. So that would get rid of the stamina that you have, make it down to 0, and then deal 4 points of normal health damage, which would bring you down to 12 HP. So another shot rocks past, and you feel skin and feathers shearing as a rifle round impacts you and shortly explodes, scattering bits of flesh around the nearby scenery. It would go to your turn.
Ah, you motherfucker. Alright, I'm gonna run up and... It's gonna run up and...
Can you not fire on him?
you might be out of range.
My pistols only goes up to 80 feet. This dude's 125 feet away from me.
Yeah.
That would be within your second range increment, wouldn't it? So a -2 to hit, I believe.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. I was gonna move in, but I realized that you made me go prone during my last turn, even though I never said that.
You went prone.
I never said I wanted to go prone, but you...
Yes, you did.
No, I just said I just want to chill out there. I never...
Anybody else want to attest to the fact that he said that he wanted to go prone
I
during his
will
last
say what I heard him say. I heard him say, I am going to chill out here.
Yeah.
Don't
Are you
know-
talking about the
I
current turn?
Don't know how to interpret that, so...
That was during the previous turn.
What do you... So you're saying that you were prone behind the bush?
that you
Okay,
made
so
me go prone
basically,
behind the bush, even though
let's recap what happened. Sam was
No, I
prone.
know exactly what's
He
going on.
got up.
He thinks
He
he's prone, but he's
moved.
not.
Oh,
Okay.
Thanks for blaming me for something and detracting from the time. Anyway, let's continue.
okay, so I'm not prone. All right.
That's
so
correct. You're not prone.
So I can just move up
Yep,
here.
you can, absolutely.
And then I should be in my pistol's normal firing range.
He is within 85 feet of you, so if that's within your range increment, then yes.
You're within your second range increment, so you could take with a -2 penalty.
Actually, I'll just move the extra 5 feet to be like right here,
All right.
and then he should be within 80 feet.
5, you're good.
All right, and I will make attack.
So the shot goes off and hits the rock face next to him, and you see him startle to attention. He's been revealed with a bright spotlight, and at the current moment is being shot at, and he is not happy with the current scenario. You can imagine he's probably screaming, but you can't hear him. It is now Ankos's turn.
I could probably
Alright,
hear him, but I
well,
probably can't understand what he's saying.
What can I do inside of Doom Tread in this currently very damaged state?
He is torched, so I imagine that that spotlight thing was probably his last acting action. You could get out and perform some operations, and the spotlight will stay on that specific spot.
If that's the case, I'm going to kick the release hatch and jump out of Doom's Tread, and then
You
begin
fall
to.
out.
And then I'm going to bring my gun up and start firing on the illuminated target.
Where do you want to get out from?
If I can, I would like to leave out a back hatch if there's one available. I don't know.
Well,
What,
you can
I don't know
basically
what
jump out
equal-
and we'll basically step out behind him and use him as cover if that's what you want, like this maybe.
Yeah, I'll probably do that, and then I will.
Using his legs as cover.
Yeah, and then I will target this son of a bitch over here, and I will
Go ahead
start.
and give me a shot.
Actually, wait. Could I use my whatchamacallit as as an action as well as my attack, my trick attack?
Trick attack is a full action. Let me
Okay,
check
then.
what it is to disembark from the mech, because I need you. I believe that you need to get something specifically for Doomtread to turn that into a free action. So I believe it's a movement to get out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to just attack. Actually, if it's a movement, then I'd like to use trick attack now, and then I will use the attack next turn if it succeeds.
Sure. All right. So at the current moment, I would say that you're better off taking your standard action, because without a full round attack or without a full round action, you can't use trick attack.
Oh.
You have your
well,
standard left, so you can
then
take
I'll-
a shot now and then trick attack later.
All right, then I'll take a shot now.
Do it. A 11. Another shot hits the terrain next to him. Goes to Carthan, motherfucking Opal.
Yeah, so gonna take my second graviton attunement and seeing the bot in the distance. I think that I'm gonna remain in cover here for the time being.
Still staying.
Correct.
Goes to his turn. He is going to go ahead and prepare, look around for a target, seeing that the one behind cover, not prone. Let me check the sightlines on this. That is clear, uncontested. No, it passes through a tree at good cover. He'd still shoot, though. What's your AC currently? Mavaku.
Oh, my AC?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's see here. Should be 13.
Alrighty, even with the cover bonus, that would still go through. So 7 points of damage impacting. That would bring you down to 5 points of health. Another strike impacts the, probably around the leg area, your lower half. Another bullet shreds through. And it's kind of like watching a chicken get shot by a shotgun as feathers fly off.
Yeah, I'm in very plain view of this.
It's kind of horrific because there's blood spatters and gore, and it is very clear that he is being horrifically maimed.
What are you doing? Get down!
Hey, Levi.
Yes, Matt.
Tim Tom's buggy's a prospecting buggy, correct?
It's a, should be a prospecting buggy. What's going on?
Well, I just wanted to make sure.
It's an exploration buggy by definition.
Exploration buggy. Okay. Cool. I just gotta find that.
Right. So, with that, you hear the click as a rifle empties. I'll have to reload next turn. Reese, Outlaw 3. This individual is out of ammunition. He's going to reload. And it would pass to 447.
Two! Alright, so I'm gonna do something different this turn. Hold on, I need to sneeze again.
Sneeze.
Okay. So I'm gonna use my 5 feet of movement to get, hopefully, into total cover from the revealed target.
Alright.
And then he is within 85 feet of me. Or if you
Alright.
take from the token in front of me, he's within 80 feet. Either way, he's within range of my hunting rifle. I'm just gonna take a shot at him.
Sounds good. Make a shot.
Come on, big boy.
Second.
You can do it.
A
Okay,
19
maybe.
absolutely hits because his
Nice.
DC is 17 without cover, and he has not gone into cover yet. So give me a damage roll.
Congratulations, your first hit.
My
7
first
points of
hit
damage.
with the fucking rifle in the entire campaign, basically.
As this
Well,
goes
actually, no. I hit
through,
Doom Tread in the past before, but that doesn't count.
a singular rifle round strikes this individual in the shoulder, and you see chips of a blade of armor flake off. There is a panic shout as Ollie is very much in a bad situation. It would go to Timothy Thomas.
So, Tim Tom, looking at the lights of the big buggy, of the big rover moving along,
Yeah.
looking out at the lights of his party members, Tim Tom jukes the wheel hard left and is going to make a full exploration buggy movement, which on the sheet its full speed is 350.
Give me a piloting check.
I'm not proficient in that.
Come on. You can do it, though.
Give me a moment while I create your buggy.
Oh, what have we done?
Isn't this gonna be a terrifying nightmare?
He's going to be shining more lights on the situation.
Yeah, brights are on, the fucking brights are on, and Tim Tom is just behind the wheel, screaming incomprehensibly. He is angry.
Oh god. Let me adjust the token. This should be something like this. And I'll bring it out into the ring. No, it shouldn't look like that. It should look like... that's a bit annoying. Let's try this again. No, that's not working. Great, thanks.
I'm going to grab me a quick snack.
That. Oh well, that works. You're good. So you get embarked onto this. And immediately start driving it forward. I imagine you have to go about 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85.
Driving towards the guy I can
95,
see.
90. So, did you give me your piloting check?
Yes, I got a 10.
With a 6 in a piloting check because of the full speed modifier, you immediately start like careening in a different direction. I'm gonna roll a 1d2 real quick. A 1. You start leering towards your friends.
Oh, shit.
So another 10, 20, 30.
As soon as I see them,
40.
can I like hit the brakes to make sure I don't fucking slam into them?
I will go ahead and say that, let me go ahead and make this thing emit light, too. We'll say that it emits probably 15 foot of bright light and maybe 30 foot of dim light. But that being said, yeah, I'll allow you to emergency stop as you see 447 underneath a tree. You might have accidentally run over his head, but you bring the car to a full stop.
Okay,
The mech
would Tim Tom
struggles.
be able to pull out his gun and shoot something? Or is...
I believe that you spent your entire action economy, like, piloting the vehicle over here.
Okay.
Goodness. Doom's Tread is going to continue to be, like, down. Then we'll go to this individual who, seeing that he has a light shining on him and is very upset by the turn of events, is going to start going 10, 20, 30 over to here. And seeing with his current range, he is going to go ahead and pull out his rifle, which needs to be reloaded, so it's reloading. It is now this person's turn. Seeing the entire situation, seeing these wounded individuals, and seeing Timothy Thomas driving a buggy, this... Well, you don't know who he is, but he's gonna take a shot. As you are driving, Timothy, and you catch the emergency, like, braking at the sight of 447, a rifle round streaks out of the darkness and impacts the buggy.
God damn it.
Does 19 points of damage. It hits the engine compartment and causes it to light up into a fireball, and it is now spinning down to a full, like, stop. The engine is now ruined.
Great. Fucking fantastic.
Well, we lost our car again.
Tim Tom
No,
looks back.
this time probably for good too.
Tim Tom looks back at the fucking flaming fucking. It's like, and you just hear,
Flaming hood.
yeah, you just see Tim Tom look at the engine, and you just hear, "God fucking damn it!"
So
Tim Tom,
I kind of
and you just see him banging his head into the fucking like, engine of the steering wheel.
look over my shoulder. There went all the trade-in value.
Christ.
Tim Tom's just punching the fucking wheel, like punching the steering wheel.
Slamming it. I imagine their strength probably bending it a little.
Fuck.
It would go to Vaku's turn. Seriously wounded, still not quite certain. What's going on?
Honestly, like, I don't know if it. Shit, I have no fucking clue. I'm hurt pretty bad. I should probably form up on Tim Tom and just kind of take some fucking cover.
Wrap around, get behind the car.
Yeah. Come one with the bushes once more.
So,
If nothing else, at least the car is now covered. Yay!
as all of you are continuing to watch these events happening, you get a sense that these individuals are now going for a retreat. Orion, it is now your turn.
Alright, well,
Like, they are not taking up positions, they're not trying to contest you in any prolonged conflict of melee or wits. They're getting ready to book it. That's what it looks like, anyway.
well, if that's the case, I'd like to use my moments to, let me think about this. If I can see one of them, I'm still gonna shoot back, I guess.
You absolutely can.
Yeah, I will just take a range attack.
One behind the
against-
bush, one behind the tree.
I'll shoot the one behind the tree.
You have your trick attack, too.
Oh yeah, I'll use a trick attack.
So trick attack is full movement wherever you please, and then make an appropriate skill check.
Alright, so the skill that I will use is... Let me see what skills are tied to it again.
Detective should probably be sense motive.
Fair enough. Okay, well that...
You
that'll
also
be-
have stealth or whatever else it was.
I like sense motive. I'll use that.
Let me check. Yeah, bluff, intimidate, or stealth, and then your detective thing would be culture and sense motive. So you can attempt a sense motive check with a +4 bonus to make a trick attack.
Okay.
So go ahead and make a stealth. Go ahead and make a sense motive check with a +4 bonus. Go ahead and tell me what that is.
26. To 26.
It's a 26, and you need to reach a DC of 20 plus the target CR. That absolutely meets it. Your trick attack goes through. Move where you want, and then make an attack, and the target is flat-footed.
Okay. Well, if I can make the shot from here, then I will. Otherwise...
You don't want to move?
If I don't need to, I won't.
Alright. It should be within your range, so go ahead and make an attack roll. So,
A 14.
flat-footed. So that would actually hit because of the flat-footed modifier.
Okay. Trick
and
attack
you would get your
should
trick
add-
attack extra damage.
Which I
So
think at
whatever
this
your
level
normal
is a
damage is, plus
D6,
whatever.
right?
Should be.
Double check this.
Sounds like a good idea. So it is 1d8 at 3rd level.
Oh, nice.
So add a 1d8 modifier to your damage roll. So he takes that and screams
God
out
damn.
like he is a wounded animal. That would bring
serious
him
fucking
from-
damage.
Let me quickly check because I've accidentally adjusted his health pool. He was at 45. He was hit for what? What was it, Brian?
It was like an 8, I think.
An
10.
8. You hit him.
You rolled a 10.
No, what
No,
was
I
your
rolled a
right
10, but
roll?
was the old roll.
Oh, you hit him for 7, right. And now it would be for 10, which would bring him down to that. Yeah, he hits and howls like he is a wounded animal and continues like he is very much not interested in combat anymore. It
Well,
would
I
go
will-
to Carthenople.
I will gain wicked satisfaction from the fact that I know that I got to like fucking actually get one hit in before this ended.
Matter
So-
of fact, I would even go as far as to say that you would hear somebody scream out from the din of battle, an almost synthetic sounding voice that calls out for Ollie, like an Ollie, as if something bad is happening and he's scared.
Right. So Levi, talk to me about this cliff in front of us. How high does it seem to be?
It looks like a face, and it would need to have a climb check, rather an athletics check to get over it.
Do I see the possibility of throwing something on the other side, like up on top of the cliff?
Throwing something up there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna take my final point of graviton attunement and stand the fuck up. I will invoke Gravity Grappler as
Oh, God.
my full graviton attunement. So yeah, I'm casting a line. I'm fucking going up there.
What does gravity grapple do again? That sounds awesome.
So it creates a functionally a translucent coil that functions exactly like a grappler in titanium cable alloy.
Oh, Christ.
Up to 90 feet in my case. So
Okay, so
it functions exactly like a grappler, and I'm just targeting somewhere to.
just one of these lines to try and get a hold.
That's right, so that
You
I
go
can
ahead
leverage
and
my
pull out
athletics.
this gravity coil, and it seems to catch on the rocks. And you're going to go ahead and make your way up there.
Yes.
All right. So what is your movement going to look like?
So my movement, I'm actually going to sprint along the top of the line.
No, I mean, oh wait, like you're sprinting along the rope,
Yes.
the coil.
Yes, I'm leveraging my athletics.
Yeah, give me a acrobatics because that would be balancing on top of a rope.
I don't see this ending horribly.
This is gonna be fine.
20. Move your full distance as far as you can until you make it to the cliff edge.
Okay. Oh, I can. I'll be right there.
I just have to say, you are very lucky.
Oh.
Huh.
Anyway.
Oh.
Was that a fucking landmine?
Maybe.
Oh fuck, there's landmines here.
I mean, we saw
Good
Doomstream
job
get
on
caught
driving
by
this
one.
fucking vehicle out here. Doomtread stepped on a mine before you drove the buggy out. You should have known.
I thought he got hit, but I didn't realize he got hit by a mine. I thought he got like shot with a rocket launcher or
No,
something.
he stepped on a
So-
fucking landmine.
So yeah,
Oh god damn it.
at
I'm
this
a
point,
fucking
they
idiot,
can
I'm sorry.
see me over the cliff rim with my giant fucking lightsaber, and I am out for blood.
Christ. So, let's go ahead and see. This individual will attempt to take a shot out at you. Does a 22 hit you, Devin?
It does indeedy.
That is 10 points of damage, so
Oh,
down
okay.
to 6 stamina. Another shot hits you and probably instills a lot of anger.
Yep. They're not doing themselves any favors.
What was your stamina beforehand?
Stamina was
I don't remember what it was.
16. So 16 minus the.
So it should be 6.
Correct.
I tried altering it and it only fell to 10 for some reason. Alright. So that being said, it will go to this person's turn. So seeing you, and seeing the angry club, not in any position to fight, is going to immediately start 10, 20, he's going to go 30, 35 up to right here, and he's going to take a standard action to prepare something. Goes to Centurion's turn.
Okay, let me ask you, how does running work in terms of movement economy?
You have to see like the path that you are taking,
Mm-hmm.
and what would end up happening is you would take a full round action. You would be
Okay.
flat-footed, so you'd lose your dexterity bonus to your AC, and you would go wherever your intention is to go.
Well, if running is full round, it's not going to be possible because I have to
All
use I have to use movement to get out of prone to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my movement to get out of prone, and this should be my last turn with Tim Tom's movement bonus. So I'm going to use that to move up to here behind Enkos,
Alrighty.
and then I guess I'll fall prone again. That's my turn.
Alrighty, you fall prone again. You leapfrog
Yep.
up from your cover and back down. It's just a constant leapfrogging movement. Timothy, you're in a flaming vehicle. You've just pounded the steering wheel. What happens next?
Put the fire out,
No,
boy.
what do you mean put the fire out? How can he do that? Just get out of the
Fire
fucking
extinguisher. I get the
just
fuck out.
Get out of the
I
fucking
get the fuck out.
Yeah.
What direction?
I'm gonna get out like over here.
Shoop. You get
Is that
out of the
all my
car.
movement or?
No, that would be your movement action to get out of the car. But you turn over and just see your poor buggy.
Tim Tom hangs his head down low. He just pulls out his like he just pulls out his pistol and he's gonna shoot 447 again.
Christ.
And he's going to give him a target gains +2 enhancement bonus to skill checks.
Alrighty. So, with that out of the way, another needle hits you from behind quite annoying. As it's
You
going
ju-
to trip.
yeah, you just see Tim Tom just looking down and not even aiming at you, just pop.
Yeah, seeing...
He just admiring the destruction of his buggy, and he's like, God damn it! He's like, why did I do this?
Yeah, seeing the encroaching horde of still healthy individuals and amassing firepower and now at a, maybe not a disadvantage, but they're not looking for an even fight. Ollie is going to break for the tree line and begin running. So he is going to go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and he is off of the board, so I'm going to take him out of the battle. It would go next to their leader, who is going to stay behind and attempt to watch over the rest of his compatriots. And in fact, he is also going to shoot at... God, it's a choice between the bear and the encroaching berserker.
Who do you think the bigger
So-
threat is right now?
Berserker. Last shot in his rifle.
Oh,
A natural one. The shot goes wide as apparently you have stirred some kind of primordial fear in their hearts.
Oh,
Nice.
yes, here we fucking go.
It would go to Vaku's turn. Oh god. No car. Stay here, car.
The car becomes sentient. The car gains enema.
You actually set Lightning McQueen on fire.
Oh,
Oh no.
your buggy will now be called Lightning McQueen from now on.
I fucked your mom, shit lips.
This will prevent any monetization of my campaign.
Nice.
What you doing, Sam?
Or I'll just go in and change it in
Possibility
editing.
of reinforcing your cover, maybe advancing on the enemy, or just what's going on in your
I'm
head?
pretty hurt right now. I'd probably go up to Tim Tom and ask him to like give me some medical treatment if at all possible.
Run over and start badgering him like, I'm actually hurt, please help me.
Hey,
Tim Tom,
Don.
Tim Tom looks at you with like one eye swollen up, bleeding from the mouth,
You are both critically injured.
the horrible back pain, and he just looks at you and goes, "Yeah, welcome to the club, pal."
Can you at least do anything about this?
It is no...
Shut up! You're not that hurt.
Oh my god.
Great combat medic mentality.
My god. It is now Ankos's turn.
Well, in this case, the hostiles are fleeing, and it seems like we've kind of won. I'm going to start assessing damage on Doomtread and try to get him back up to speed.
It seems like his legs are shot. More specifically, his right foot appears to be in shambles, as in it's in pieces. That being said, though, it seems like the mech himself is not, like, too badly damaged, aside from the fact that he's immobilized. Anything else you wish to do, or just assess the damage?
I really can't do anything here.
Yeah, if you wanted a full damage report, Doomtread is basically, he's had his right foot blown to smithereens. Your two frontline fighters are doing fine. Timothy Thomas is at critical health, Vaku is at critical health, and the Moth has left the battlefield.
Gain the critical importance off the battlefield.
And
So once I think I'm a decent distance away, I will shut things back down.
to not have this go without merits, cycling over your options, I'm going to go ahead and give you your choice: an increase to movement speed for a round, or an increase to skill checks for a round.
I guess the increase to skill checks are around, as I will try to continue watch to make sure we're not about to get counterattacked.
Yeah, okay, so for the moment, you can go ahead and consider yourself a +2 modifier, anything that you do next turn. And it would go to Carthenoble. You cycle through your options.
Yeah, Carthan is going to press forward one more time. Let's see.
Arthur
how
has
far can I
sinister
move?
smile upon his face as he sees this little shit lips.
I can make it this far. Oh, hello, friends.
You
So-
see somebody running away.
And which one of them do I want to frighten the most?
Who do you want to frighten?
You
You don't see the wounded one. He seems to have gotten away.
That's okay. Yeah, that one. So taking his second move action, Carthan's going to
Christ.
sprint up directly beside this one. And as he comes closer, he's going to slam his club on the ground as he runs,
Oh.
indicating that he's getting closer.
Yeah, he's not a fan of that. I'll let you make an intimidate check.
I can do that.
Please roll good. It's not horrible.
You get a sense that seeing the current situation, the fact that they're backing off, for some reason, this individual seems to be a bit more clear-headed than the others. But that being said, you see sweat pouring on what would be his brow if it weren't obscured by a hood. He is shaken, but he is not, like, panicking or anything. He is definitely intimidated by your presence, but he is a bit more clear-minded than his brethren. Shaken is a modifier that I will apply to him. It would go to this individual. Seeing as how he has slipped without notice, he is going to take a quick shot at you and then attempt to make a getaway. Oh, he would. His rifle wasn't empty.
Ha!
So he's going to reload and immediately make his getaway. He is now off of the map. Rather, I'm going to bring him back real quick. I wish I could bring back Ollie, unfortunately, but oh well. Alright, that is his turn. It is now 447's turn.
Okay, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to use my movement to get out of prone. I'm going to use my standard to move 25 feet up here to the cliff face.
Alright.
And I am not going to fall prone this time.
Alright. Do you want to use the rest of your movement and start navigating up?
I used all of my movement. I had to move
Oh, wow,
20.
you just
I had to move 25 feet for that, and the movement bonus is worn off.
Oh, okay, never mind then. We'll transfer over to Timothy Thomas.
So Tim Tom looks down to Vaku. I'm afraid I'm a bit busy right now. We can settle this once we.
I don't even get my mouth.
The fuck?
Oh, sorry.
What?
Tim Tom just looks. He's like, "We'll settle this later, when people aren't shooting at us." And Tim Tom's gonna move just straight
He's
over.
gonna move
here.
to Ankos and offer him medical care.
Oh, completely fucked up.
Enko's kind of, or you just feel. I'm not falling prone. I'm
removing the condition because you had already gotten up earlier.
Okay. Tim Tom just kind of sneaks up behind, like gets up behind you, and shit. What do I want to do? Fuck it.
Like
You know what? Tim Tom's just gonna look back at Vaku and he's gonna shoot him with a pharmaceutical booster. Living creatures are immune to bleeding conditions for the duration of the effect. Bleeding conditions.
Unfortunately,
No,
no one
he
here is
doesn't-
bleeding.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Fuck that then. Okay. Tim Tom's just gonna pop 447 again.
With the movement
I
booster?
already have the fucking skill booster you gave me that hasn't worn off yet.
That should wear off if you apply another booster.
Oh,
Please
And
don't
you
do that. I need it for the climb, or it would help for the climb at least.
okay. In that case, just Tim Tom will just be standing by, ready to shoot anyone that comes within range, I guess.
Understandable. We'll go to this individual. Now, seeing the situation with this person, he is going to go ahead and take a stand, going to navigate into your line of vision and willingly give up his stealth bonus. He is going to confidently stride out as if he were making some kind of heroic maneuver. And you see what is very clearly a hand cannon on his hip that he quickly draws and levels at you.
Big iron.
Big iron. All right.
And as this happens, the individual that is fleeing just kind of calls out and just goes, "Exile, what the fuck are you doing?" And he's just saving your ass. It is an almost synthetic tone. The cannon goes off and hits the ground next to you. Was that a +0 modifier? Did you roll a
Yes.
6?
Yes, he rolled a
You
fat
should
6.
have a plus. Let me check. I must have not filled in the forms for that. That should have been a 21.
That would
Shit.
hit.
Yes. So 14 points of damage as the cannon goes off would shred the stamina down to 0. 14. That would be 8 points of health damage. So one shot goes off and it rips through whatever ablative plating and stamina that you had left and immediately does a piercing wound. And with that, Exile is going to go ahead and rotate to the next cylinder, and it goes to Vaku's turn.
Keep moving on up, I guess.
All right. You still have your standard left unless you want to bunker down here.
How far is that? Is there an enemy over there I can shoot at?
Let me check. Yeah, within your second range increment, you could try.
At 115 feet?
Yeah. So make
Yeah.
a shot with -2 modifier.
God, please don't shoot me.
Ah,
Back with a -2.
Yep. A 15, let me check. That's an EAC, right?
yeah.
Let me check the shaken condition. Shaken is a -2 to attack roll, saving throw, skill checks, not to AC. That barely misses. It hits the ground right beside him and causes him to, like, sweat even more. He's not happy. We'll go to Ankos' turn.
Cooper.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot I can do here, honestly.
And it would go to Carthan.
Okay, yeah. So
Guten Tag.
since I'm right next to this gentleman and can take my time, let's see.
Carthan, smack his nuts.
Standard action and then attack, Levi?
You could either standard action to attack or full round to attack with a penalty.
Well, what I'm asking is, I have an item that takes a standard action. Can I use it and then attack?
No, because the standard
Okay.
would be your attack.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I'm going to slap his nuts.
Slap his nuts. Slap his nuts. Slap his nuts.
His nuts. Slap his nuts.
You were saying, sorry, Levi?
You give an attack with the Stellar Kanobo.
Cool. No modifiers?
It would be whatever. Are you doing a full round attack, or are you just doing like a
Single.
Then just do one with no modifiers.
Okay.
A11. You whip this thing forth, and it's versus kinetic AC, right?
Correct.
The club whips down, cutting through the air and making a rather terrifying noise. It smashes into the grass right next to him as he pulls his leg back and just goes, "Oh God, what the fuck are you?"
So
His turn.
So I imagine that he's illuminated like by the Canovo, so it's casting uplight into his fucking horrifying visage in the night.
Yep. You are a demon man in the middle of the night with a club of fighting professional soldiers with guns. With that, he is going to attempt to run. You can go ahead and make an attack against him. It is at his flat-footed condition. Attack of opportunity.
I will make it.
A 24 hits. Give me a damage roll.
All right.
So as it inflicts a steady smash onto his back, he whips forward and almost rolls to a stop, but catches himself and continues in mid-stride to march off of the battlefield. As he disappears, and it will go to 447.
Alright, I'm gonna climb the fuck up onto this cliff face.
I'm getting a call. Hold on one moment.
Alright. I'm gonna pause the recording until he gets back.
So, as this last little standoff is coming to its conclusion, what is it that 447 does? He's going to climb up the rock face?
Yes, I'm gonna climb up the rock face and I get a +2 from that thing that I got stuck with, so that'll be a +7 athletics check to get up there.
Hell yeah.
20 + 7.
You grab a hold of the ball and
That's a
you
10.
feel a bit of rock slipping out of your fingers as some of it cracks and crumbles, and you're like, oh, come on. That would be your movement action. You still have your standard.
I'll use a standard to try again. That's an 11. Wow.
Crumbling rocks, a 4 and a 3. What the hell?
Well, that's
The dice
fucked.
are happy with you.
I
You're
guess-
just sitting scrambling across this. The DC is not that high.
I guess that's my turn then. Fuck me.
So yeah, that sucks. Okay, it is now Tim Tom.
Cool. Tim Tom's going to move up to here, and he's gonna like put his hand in a position like, just step here, and I'll give you a boost.
Oh, that's a good idea. Matter of fact, I'll even let you roll another check if you're going to assist him.
Okay.
It even works.
1d20 plus 7 plus what bonus from him boosting me?
I'd say go ahead and make an athletics check, Tim Tom.
Oh, right. We both make athletics check. That's how fucking assisted rolls work.
Oh my god.
Fucking okay.
So with a total bonus of 27, you yeet yourself up onto this cliff ledge.
Thanks,
Oh,
Doctor.
get him, Tiger! This night is fucking bullshit.
Tread and then to exile. So seeing as the two of you are, for the matter of seconds alone, Exile just kind of like seeing that all of his compatriots have fled, and it is now just you and him. The cylinder rotated. He is going to make 2 attacks against you.
Right.
This would be That would be a 28
Ah,
Definite
Jesus.
and a 18.
Definite hit.
Rolled a 17 and a 7.
It's
Why
a
couldn't we
fucking
get that?
15
Why couldn't we
to
get that on
hit.
the fucking athletics roll?
Christ.
So that would be. Are both of those a hit, Devin?
Those are both hits.
All right.
He can hit you on a 3.
First one does 9. Second one does 15.
Fuck.
Yep, I'm
Dude,
out.
what the hell?
So the first revolver shot takes you down to about a half kneel, and then the second revolver shot just brings you down. That would put you to 0 HP kneeling. And as this is happening, he spins the revolver and immediately sheaths it and just goes, "That's from the green cloaks."
Ah! Ah!
And it'll go to Vaku.
Is this really what we're fucking doing? God!
They're fucking back.
They're
God
back,
damn.
and they're back with a fucking vengeance! Jesus!
Okay, I'm gonna run up to the cliff and I'm gonna try to like
I
climb up
got
it.
back in time to hear that.
God damn!
Do-do-do.
The green cloaks are back.
Fuck me, dude. Fuck!
They're thinking they're back, John.
They're thinking they're back.
A 24. You swiftly navigate up the cliff face, immediately just clambering on.
So as I see him come up next to me, I'm gonna just swap my head over. First try.
First time.
Gonna
Yeah.
swivel my head back forward. You son of a bitch.
Was that both of your actions, Sam?
I believe so.
Yeah, with the amount of light emanating from Carthan, it looks like he is slumped over, one knee pressed into the ground, and he has the club in his left hand, using it as a supporting brace to keep himself from falling. Almost looks like a warrior has come to the ground. It is now Ankos' turn.
Enkos Orion.
Ankos, Oreo.
Everything's my fucking
Oreo.
turn. I'm doing something else. Okay. Minor aside, what the fuck is a green cloak?
Don't worry
Oh.
about it. Do not worry your head.
Trust me, don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry
You,
about it.
you afford me no comfort or information. Thank you.
They were the bandits that attacked Killian
Yeah,
way
man.
back in
No,
the
no,
day.
they were not. Nope. Mm-mm. You're wrong.
Not wrong.
No.
Wrong.
Absolutely
Not
incorrect.
true.
This is further history.
There is
Fake
no
news.
way.
Fake news.
There is no way these guys aren't some type of fucking Pathfinder reference with the way that everyone reacted to them.
You're on the right
Alright.
track.
All right. Once again, I just kind of feel like I can't do fucking anything. I'm not gonna chase these guys because that's stupid. I'm not an engineer, so I can't repair Doomstride. I'm not a doctor, so I can't start healing people. Maybe as I see Tim Tom ahead of me, like covered in blood, wheezing, about to fall over, I'm just gonna tap him on the shoulder and say, "Hey, buddy, maybe you should sit down and look at those wounds for a second."
You just hear as Tim Tom's head moves towards you, you just hear crack, pop, 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 pop. As various vertebrae in his neck pops, he just looks at you with this look of, I have invested too much into this.
I will do a cursory medicine roll to see if I can tell him why he should sit the fuck down.
Go ahead.
I think this should be with an additional +1 because of my bonuses, but I'm not sure.
+2 because of the previous cycling through your options idea. A
The
20.
jack of all trades should add an additional bonus.
Dude is covered in. He's probably got several coatings of like. What is the word? He's basically coated in shrapnel. They'll have to be dug out manually. Not to mention, with the amount of lacerations he's suffered, he is losing blood.
So,
Not at a super high rate.
As
but it's
Tim
bad.
Tom tries to tell me, I can't do this, I can't sit down, I'm invested, I'm going to take my pinky finger and kind of dig it into one of his wounds and wait for the reaction. And as he squeals in pain, I'm gonna say, yeah, you're not okay, sit the fuck down.
Yikes. How do you feel about that, Matt?
Matt might either have push to talk on or isn't here.
Can you hear me? Absolutely fucking livid.
Uh,
You just more get the sense of he understands what you're saying.
can
He
I
just doesn't want to accept what you're saying.
can I do something funny with that 20 medicine roll?
Sure.
Make a fortitude save, Timothy.
Okay.
An 18. That pain almost forces you into an unconscious state, but you're okay. You're holding it together somehow. So,
Christ.
it goes to Karth's turn, and I imagine as you are kneeling on the ground and look up to see this individual, now probably gaining a new grudge, you can spend a resolve point to stabilize.
Oh, fucking absolutely.
So as you drop down to 3, you are no longer dying. You just are basically in a resting position here. And with that, it would go to Centaurian.
Alright, so seeing that Karth is down, I can see him, but I can't see his attacker. I'm going to cautiously move up 25 feet to, I think, here. And, yeah, I still can't fucking see Karth's attacker, so that's fan-fucking-tastic.
Timothy, any last actions?
No, I guess Timothy just poutily just sits down.
I'm not done yet. That was just my movement.
No, I'm just gonna put in a general
I need
idea.
to determine something real quick. How do I see what the fucking radius on the explosion for a frag grenade is? Hold on.
Oh god.
Just throw one and it ends up on Carthan's tile.
And ends up in Carthan's lap.
Okay, it's 15 feet. And I can throw it up to 20, apparently, which isn't horrifically far. Okay, can someone... It's too dark for me to see the grid. Can someone draw a fucking 20-foot...
I will temporarily brighten the grid.
Yeah, okay. Alright, great. So let me put down an explosion radius thing. 5, 10, 15, 20. What the fuck is the radius tool? There it is. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna throw a grenade right there.
Alrighty. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Yes. Oh,
9.
plus 2 from the skill boost too, so 11.
Oh, don't worry. The AC for a specific tile is a 5.
Okay.
So you go ahead and throw the grenade down, and it rumbles next to the tree and sets off. It tears the leaves off of the tree and scrapes bark, and Carthan, you just barely register a massive explosion to your left as a muffled discharge of light and sound. That being said, though, it does not impact the attacker.
Damn it.
I will now adjust the background.
Yeah, go ahead and, yep.
At that point, Exile would make his escape in the darkness. And that would be the end of the combat encounter. And with that, as you all are left to tend to your wounds, having successfully defended your caravan from a very professional enemy.
Defended, but they could always come back, and we did not come close to defeating them.
Very fair, but, I mean, think of it this way. The caravan is not a smoking wreckage.
That's true, but most of us are.
Let me go ahead and adjust the music, and I would suggest that we take a momentary break.
Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and pause the recording here.
So, starting back off from our break, we would go right back into where we left off. Individuals that are in critical condition are immediately tended to. Combat being resolved, the people getting away into the darkness under the cover of this shrouded night. You gather your wounded, set them down, gather your broken machines, except for the fact that you can't move Doomtread. You could probably tug the car back to the dirt road. But what's the plan?
I don't know. I think the Jeep is fucked. There's no point in trying to fucking bring it along. It's ruined.
Karth, I imagine at this point you could spend a resolve to get back up.
Can I just use a medicine check, since I did spend a resolve earlier to recover back to 3.
Oh, did you actually go back to 3 HP?
Yes.
What did that?
The resolve to pick myself back up.
Wasn't that to stabilize?
I was still like conscious at the end of the combat encounter.
Well, goodness. We'll just go with that then. All right. So you would pull yourself up and continue to go along. There's
So-
no one that's outright unconscious right now. So you all gather, muster your strength, and start stitching your wounds together. How do you go about this? What do you say?
Well, I think we should probably. Can we see the buggy, like the big fucking rover? Like, are there lights on it?
The
Indicate
rover's
where
far
it's at?
gone.
Yeah, it is. It is in the distance now.
But
It
can we
has
see it or
stopped
not?
though at this point.
Oh, did you stop it?
Yeah, after a while, when I felt like it was no longer being attacked on or in firing range, I was going to stop it.
In that case, you all have the information that the moth would have given you. That he's further up ahead and has stopped the vehicle.
Tom's gonna walk up to his buggy. Give
The
it like
flames are dying down now.
give it one soft, gentle kick in the tire.
It hisses and sprays out fluid.
The tire?
No, the engine.
Puts his hand on it.
It burns.
It was on fire, so it burns.
No, not like on that, like on the part of the
Alright,
roll cage
yeah,
or something
that's
like
fine,
that.
that's
And then
fine.
he goes over and starts taking the material off the back. And
Taking
like,
all the packs and shit.
yeah.
You find a bunch of pillowcases on the back.
Looks at all these pillowcases.
They're
Well-
empty, other than a few that has the rations in them.
He's gonna take like 5 pillowcases because pillowcases are fabric and they could be used for like making gauze or something.
Right.
And he's gonna start trying to get people to come over and help
So you
pull
all are gonna
supplies.
offload the buggy.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Fiesta pails.
Fiesta pail. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Another way to get demonetized.
The what?
They're like, okay.
Hmm?
So do you know what a Fiesta pail is?
No,
Don't worry about it then.
I don't know what that
No,
is. I'm leaving it.
It's like Mexican MREs, but worse.
Oh god. Well, okay. Well, it'd probably be in there with the food then.
Yeah, it would. So you all gather this stuff and presumably walk up to where the large salvage drone is waiting. That being said, though, actually the urban vehicle is close by. You could load the shit into there and tow it up.
Hey, do we have a chain?
Carthen has some titanium cable. Would that be sufficient, Levi?
I'm certain it would be.
I'll.
Tom's gonna look at things like, well, if nothing else, we could tie the buggy to the back of the salvage rover and drag it along and just use it as a trailer. Just put it in neutral or something.
Is that what you intend to do?
I'm putting this idea out so that way we still have the other vehicle,
Look,
but we can use the
I
other vehicle
don't
as.
know much about cars, but I'm thinking that civilian vehicle is not going to be good enough to tow an off-road buggy.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Doctor, I think that I think that Jeep is total at this point and is beyond recovery.
I think you're right. Sorry, I got a little
Yari's
hot-headed.
just going to get on
I
comms and
understand
ask
that
out
with
about
that
when.
with recent events, we likely weren't going to be able to easily get our hands on that troop
Yeah.
transport anyway. But with the buggy gone, we now have lost our trade-in token. which
And we
means
just
have
lost a
been-
vehicle.
Which means we have been set back significantly as far as saving up for proper transport.
And we lost a vehicle. So. Yay! Fuck.
Yari's just going to get on the comms and see if he can reach his companions from this distance.
I imagine that's probably feasible.
Hey, Yarich.
What happened?
The
What?
poor internet is really, like, proving this.
Look, just
How
stay
did
where
that
you're.
happen?
Just stay where you're at. We'll come find you. Everything's
I've already
fine.
shut things down. It's in relax mode. I'll
Okay.
we'll keep moving for the rest of the night once everyone's set up. But for now, I think we should just regroup.
Is there enough room on top of this rover for all of us?
Oh yeah,
Or
it's massive.
Okay.
Truth be told, I'm most concerned about Doomtread right now.
Yeah.
Can't just
You
leave
think-
him here.
Doomtread?
Yeah, he is still leaning up, motionless against the cliff face.
Can someone show me what happened to Doomtread?
I'm gonna get over the radio.
If you want to take a look at him, you're going to have to come back here. He's not.
I'm gonna see if there's like.
Getting off this thing for now.
Well, I was gonna ask Yarich if there's a way to like override its controls to bring the rover like maybe over towards Doomtread to use it to heavy lifting equipment to like bring Doomtread with us. Maybe if we can't get him mobile.
I've already override the main functions of this thing. I think I can easily do that at this point.
Well, let's just try to go figure out if we can get him fixed first.
Alright. I'm coming back. Beep, beep, beep,
The
beep.
sound effects are great. So, you
I
go
imagine
ahead.
there's whoopee lights on the fucking top of it, just flashing as it's backing up.
Yeah, no, you basically give this thing a course adjustment, which forces it to throw itself into reverse and back up until you are once again in the battlefield. Once there, you force this thing to go off-road, which it easily handles, and steers over towards the wreckage of Doom's Tread.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can gently maneuver the things to get the Doom's Tread laying on its back, where we can see if we can repair him temporarily, if possible.
So, one of the manipulator arms reaches out, and it is industrial machinery on, like, military-grade machinery. It gently leans it back until the point where Doomtread falls backward and collapses onto the back. And that's the compartment hosting the last of the occupants opens up, and Aspect just kind of falls out like a limp doll and hits the ground.
Oh god, because the fucking hatch was left unlocked.
So the construct leans its head up and just goes, "Oh, that's unfortunate," and slowly gets up.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, if it doesn't get up, Tim Tom is gonna walk up and stuff it back in there.
Oh,
It's like,
God.
but it's not, obviously.
Yeah.
You
So
are getting quite weak, Aspect.
the puppet kind of rears its head back just to give an almost emotionless face to watch before it slowly starts moving over and takes a hold of some of the chain hoist that's attached to the crane rig of this thing and begins looping it around the machine in a slow, very intentional pace. After about maybe 30 minutes of preparation, you allow it to have some pressure, and it lifts the machine up into the air. At which point, you go ahead and take the crane and basically position it where it is hanging above the salvage vehicle.
Alright. I'm gonna see if I can activate any sort of
Oh
repair
my
functions on
God.
this vehicle.
Thanks.
So I'm just gonna look around the group. Look, we barely managed to drive them off. So to the best of my knowledge, we got a few confirmed hits on them, but we didn't take any of them down. They did a number on us. Most of us are in critical condition. Doomtread is inoperable. We've lost a vehicle. We are not in good shape, and I can assure all of you we will not survive another attack like that. And they have no reason not to attack again.
Yeah, I'm going to get this thing. I'm going to gently lay Doomtread on top of the salvage vehicle and not worry about repairing it yet until we're away from where the battlefield was.
I know that none of us are in good shape right now, but we should very seriously consider double timing it. No rest, no nothing. Straight to the objective. Full speed ahead.
Understood. I'll set that course into the machine.
It's not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hell. But it's going to be better than getting ambushed again while we sleep.
I
just-
concur.
Agreed. If anything, we can take turns resting on the journey.
All right.
So, you go ahead, bring up in Doom's Tread to hang above the actual like rig itself. That way, it can be in the center of balance, and then start clambering on board. One person would have to drive the urban vehicle with all of your cargo loaded onto it.
I'll do that, I guess.
All right. So,
And Carthen will lay in the back seat so that he can administer himself some medical attention.
excellent. I imagine you're like lying on top of sacks of rations and parts.
Not the most comfortable ride, but we work where we can.
I do
Fair
not.
enough.
I do not make for the greatest conversation.
It's okay. Levi, can I utilize a med patch and get myself some health back?
Yes, make a medicine check with a +10 bonus.
Okay, plus 10.
Alrighty, a 35. My god, okay, that's terrifying.
19.
So close.
Let's look at the skills. So go ahead and add. I will just say you would gain back 6 points of health, bringing you up to 9.
Okay.
That is twice the typical rate at which you would administer and carry out the treatment of deadly wounds. So I believe that that is more than fair.
I can
Yeah.
go on.
Is Yarich and Yarich and Vaku on the fucking top of this rover?
I
I'm
imagine.
inside a kind of a almost pseudo cockpit at this point.
Okay, Tim Tom, you're just gonna hear a ting 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 ting.
Yes.
Come on,
Eh,
you want to learn? I'll teach you.
all right.
Hey
Let's
Vaku,
get
come here.
Yeah.
Use Vaku as a fucking dummy.
He looks down at Yarich and he starts undoing a bunch of medical equipment. The best way to learn how to treat a patient is to just treat a patient. Vaku, lie down, and
Alright.
he opens up his flask. Trust me, you're gonna want this.
More drinks.
Guess I'll take a swig.
All right. I'm going to begin making my medicine check.
And I'll be there right behind him, and I'm gonna give him one of my med patches.
Inspirational speech in a med patch.
And also Tim Tom wants to like
So that will be a
assist. Well, I doubt a fucking. I mean, that's a 19, but he's still gonna give him a med patch so that way.
Right. I imagine that utilizing your medical supplies and kind of ignoring the med patch for now, you begin tending the surrounding injuries, and that would restore. Let's see. 3 plus. What's your intelligence modifier, Tyler?
plus my
4.
intelligence. Yes, plus 4.
So that would restore 7 points of HP to the wounded bird. In this current situation, unless you are administering long-term care, that is the most that you will get out of this treatment. That would bring Vaku up to 12 HP. And as
then-
you finish your sterilization and suturing, what comes
Gary just going to look up to Tim Tom.
Gives a gentle pat on the head. Lays down on his stomach and just pushes his medical supplies to you as you see his back is riddled with shrapnel.
All right. For Tim Tom's,
Grabs a strap of leather, bites hard.
I'm going to add the plus 10 for the med patch with this one.
You have to impress your doctor dad.
Christ.
Accidentally closed out with that medicine. I did that not roll.
Why didn't it roll? Why didn't it roll, Tyler?
I have no clue.
Why didn't it
Why-
roll?
Why didn't it roll, Tyler?
Oh,
Why aren't you
Why
happy,
isn't it
Morty?
rolling, Tyler?
Why aren't you happy, Morty?
You're interrupting the
I
entire
was doing
process,
the
Tyler.
wrong
We're all
thing.
waiting on you, Tyler.
Come on, Tyler. Waiting on you.
God,
pressure.
holy shit,
No
Tyler.
pressure.
Ah,
Okay, 43. Good fucking Christ. Okay.
I think I did something wrong.
I
Did
think
you?
so too. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
you added a plus 18 modifier. I don't think that that's supposed to be the case.
well, I mean,
Isn't the med
it-
patch just a
minus-
1d20 plus 10?
It should be.
Minus 10 from that.
Shouldn't it be
Okay.
minus
That'll be
18?
10. Just 10.
Typically,
Yeah.
that. You know what? I'll make an exception for these med patches for this current experience because I've already let it roll with Carthan. That will be a 33 for my standard. So that would indeed be another 7 points of HP to Timothy Thomas, bringing you up to 8. So, digging shrapnel out, sterilizing and suturing wounds, making sure that internal bleeding will not be a problem.
And adding the med patch on top.
That is a good idea.
Tom pats Yarich on the head once again. You did good, kid. I'm proud of you.
Anyone else in need of medical treatment?
Yari's just going to go back into the machine and get it ready to get going again.
Ankos, you're looking pretty wounded, aren't you?
I mean, I have some minor wounds, but they're not that bad.
Fair enough. So, as we move on and carry out through the night, riding out this rocky journey on your wounds, with Carthan in the back, I imagine the medical scene for this kind of mental experience would be a mix of Yarich performing medical practices, followed by in-between sets of, like, Carthan doing somewhat spiritual medicine, followed by a med patch. So these med patches seal and sterilize whatever they're applied over and just kind of give out a hissing, almost anesthetic sound. I'm gonna turn you down. I'm not gonna mute you. I'll turn you down.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Alright, anyway. You ride out the rest of the night until the day breaks.
While I'm driving, I can communicate mentally with Aspect, right?
Yeah, technically.
So, I'm going to think as loud as I can to get Aspect's attention.
How do you think loud?
You can change the sound of the voice in your head, can't you? You can think at a different volume, right?
What are you thinking?
Hey, Aspect, you around?
Is this just as loud as you can muster in your mind?
Can you hear me?
It's almost distant, and you hear the sound of a voice, but something's kind of annoying about how quiet it is shortly before you receive a communication, like a comm message, and you get a simple yes.
So I'm gonna keep thinking, but this time I'm gonna quiet my voice down now that I know I have her attention. This is about our newcomer. He said something about falling forward through himself and blacking out. Sounds awfully familiar. Do you, have you met?
You get a ... And then yes once through the text message.
Fucking hell.
Because of us?
Yes.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
At that point, I imagine that there was an awkward silence that passes in the vehicle.
I was thinking all that, so...
You were thinking all that,
Yeah.
but it is still a mental conversation.
Right.
I imagine Carthan is hearing the beeps of the comm messages.
He-
Regardless.
yeah.
So now I need to face the fact that we are indeed infectious, and people we just have casual contact with can have this happen to them. But we don't know what the X factor is, like what causes one bystander to get infected and what causes another to not be affected at all.
So, as day breaks and the vehicles continue to rumble forward, eventually you reach the end of your destination. This massive vehicle rumbles onto an off-road path and begins making its way up the journey on the mountains. Eventually, after a couple of hours, it stops completely, and you all witness, with the rising sun against its hull, a very much broken down and almost worthless looking starship.
I'm going to go to one of the shattered pieces that is away from the main components where the machine's not going to collect them. And I'm going to activate my spear collector to collect one of the smaller shattered pieces.
So I imagine that you go ahead and click this thing on. Are you going to let it run a full day's cycle?
I'm saying half a day.
All right, then it will use 10 charges from the battery that you have equipped it with. So feel free to take a note of that somewhere. 10 of the 20.
Once we get to the location, does the
How
rover
do
we've been
I-
guarding start like scavenging automatically, or
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet.
Okay.
Like I said, the vehicle has stopped and is currently seemingly in some kind of like preparatory stage. What do you all want to do?
Well, I want to find somewhere secluded and safe to park this car so it doesn't get fucking blown up.
Yeah, not that
All
hard.
right.
There's plenty of like little crests and rock ridges to hide this thing behind.
Where specifically is Indoom's tread on top of this rover?
Hmm?
Where
I
specifically
said
is
off to the
suspended.
side.
He is suspended on a crane, but at the moment it looks like the automated process has taken over for the moth and has set Doom's tread to the side. He has
Okay.
gently set him down.
Okay.
Yeah. So once I have all the half the day's work, I'm gonna see if I can use the scrap that was given to me by the spider to help me repair Doom's tread at least.
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. So the day continues to pass. What is it that our party is intending to do? We have Tyler's idea. Anybody else?
Well,
You are at Starship Wreckage, and you do have a moment of time to yourselves.
I was hired to protect and guard this scavenging operation, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna walk the perimeter, scan for threats, make sure no one's trying to get inside, and overall stay alert. If those fucking ambushers come back, I want to see them first.
Nice. Give me a perception check.
All right.
Likewise, I will do the same.
You too.
Perception.
I was gonna see if I could like rummage around.
Oh.
I was gonna see if I could
Finally,
rummage
a
around the
good roll.
ship.
Get ready for mine
Like-
to be like not nearly as good. Yep.
Anything of use.
You're looking for anything of use.
Yeah.
You can give me a perception check.
weapons, kit, stuff like that. Can I, before I give my perception check, can I pop myself in the side with one of my boosters?
Yeah, you drug yourself. Good job.
I pop myself in the side and give myself a +2. Fucking give myself a +2.
Go ahead and look.
It's just an 8.
You,
It'd be a +6, obviously.
yeah, you
But-
dig through all of this stuff, and eventually sifting through like stuff that has grass growing on it. There's basically piles of refuse and scattered ruin. This wreck is so old. However, you pull out what at first almost seems to look like a pile of clothing until you rip up with it a skeleton. So you actually pull on what appears to be a officer's uniform that is now like dilapidated and torn and filled with holes. And the skeleton, the skull, still kind of held by mummified muscle. Its head kind of leers up towards you, and the jaw breaks off and falls to the ground.
Okay, cool. I guess at this point, Tim Tom's just gonna. Shoot. Tim Tom's gonna go just bury the body somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, you drag it, and bones and shit start falling off, but you get the body buried. It takes a while, though.
So
That being said, you all good, Tyler?
once that's done, Yarj will go over and ask if Tim Tom wants to see how his work is done, seeing as he showed showed y'all reach some
Oh, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, sure. Tim Tom will, after he gets done burying this poor bastard, leaves like a marker. Like, there's a grave there. He kind of
Right.
dusts his hands off. Yeah,
So,
sure. I got
my
nothing else
question
to
is,
do.
what are you working on?
So what my main concern is to at least get the foot into functional where he can actually walk if it's at least a limp.
Right, and knowing your moth ways, you're not following like the standard pattern of how this thing was built. You're gonna go with your way.
Yes.
All right.
And I
Give me
do
an
it
engineering
my
check.
way.
Am I good? Do you want me to roll a check as well?
Yeah.
Because I'm assisting him.
Roll for assistant.
Okay.
So with a total of an 18, you actually go over towards all of the materials that the drone has successfully cleaved apart, and you actually find it busy at work. What it is doing is it is securing a pincer grip onto a part and then using a miniature laser to cut that piece off. Once it's done, it cleans it manually using a variety of tools and then sets it down in front of a nice and organized, kind of ad hoc pile of materials, depending on what exactly it's made out of. That being said, you collect what you can and go over to Doomtread and start managing and trying to fix this thing up. And as you're doing so, you're kind of thinking, you know, it's not going to be how it was before, but I kind of know how to fix stuff. I could add a support here, a brace here. Maybe this piece could be welded to that. And it's going to look a bit weird, but it might be functional. And you're showing your tips and pointing things out for Timothy Thomas throughout the day. That being said...
One thing that is now in back my mind is if I can get upgrades to that spear, it might also be a good welding companion.
Yeah, I imagine as you go for the last piece of starship plating and pull it from the pile, as this thing is bringing another piece fresh off the line and is about to set it down, it sees you taking that and scuttles over and puts a leg down and just kind of holds it down to the ground and looks at you for a second, almost as if it's offended that you're taking its stuff.
Yeah, are you just?
It's fucking adorable.
Yeah, are you just going to stop for a moment and nod and let
it's gonna slowly lift the plate up, skirt around towards the other plate, bring it up, stack it neatly on top of the plate that you tried to grab, and then turn back around and get to work.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused, not seeing an AI that seemingly was simple to actually have a personality in it.
You want me to try to like go over there and just grab one, or do you think that little robot's gonna get a little mad?
It's gonna get mad either way, but it's made to help with stuff like this. So
well,
I think
I don't know. It seems it got a little upset when you tried taking that plate, though.
I'll let it finish its work, then we'll repair.
Cool.
So, as you all wait for this thing, it enters its midday cycle where it's basically calculating the next set of problems, and then it seems to realize you've only charged it for half a day's worth of tasks. It crumples back into a ball and rolls off the cliff face.
Once it starts going into ball form, I'm definitely going to get into a position where it's not going to roll off.
There. You grab it and set it aside and start your work again. Now, as you are working on this, we'll get to our next two individuals, starting with Vaku. You rolled well on this, so you're getting an interesting encounter.
No, that's Centurion that rolled lower.
No, he rolled very high, so I have something for him.
I got a 28.
Yeah.
So as you scramble around, kind of checking from place to place, you're really in your element. This is a wide open area, not as many trees, flat, somewhat rocky terrain. It's like a more green version of your home almost, except it's a lot more cold and, well, humid.
Yeah.
You go from precipice to precipice, keeping a sharp eye out for anything. And what you end up actually finding as you scramble atop a particularly large crest, you round over and circle around this terrain and find what looks to be a collection of sticks.
Sticks? What's that?
And as you get closer, you see what appears to be a fleshy pink mass resting in the pile of sticks.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck?
So
I'm
So-
gonna like, just gonna observe it, and then I'm just gonna get my comm. I'm just gonna whisper, 447. There's, I see something.
Okay, I'm just
So,
going to reply on the comm en route.
yeah, as you say something, the fleshy pink mass like unfolds, and you see a little bit of like solidifying keratin that is like formed into a beak, and it's large, very large, proportionate to its body head, leans over towards you. Its eyes do not open, and it begins like chirping, like this disgusting young chirp. It is a large bird chick, almost the size of you.
What the?
It's disgusting looking, but you've stumbled into a big bird nest.
Oh. Some sort
Hey,
of bird
just
nest.
just out of curiosity, is this maybe kind of sorta around the same area where the first buggy got picked up and dropped?
Actually, no, it's pretty far away.
Okay, cool. Never mind.
Well,
That
like I
species
said,
of-
when Vaku called for backup, I went on my way.
Fair enough. You start.
Yari
You get on the task. Are you just gonna keep watching this little baby bird?
I'm just gonna like try to stay hidden and just observe.
Fair enough. Give me a stealth check. A 12. You hide around a set of rocks, and as you continue to watch, and eventually 447 comes to your side, you see a shadow pass overhead. It is a very large bird that seems to swoop over, do a few circling passes before it comes down with both claws, talons the size of cars, wraps around its nest and begins to feed its young, which immediately starts screaming, seeing as how the mom is home. It is a massive hawk, brown in coloration with like brown or black speckled patterns nearing the ends of the feathers. It kind of gives a quick look around for a second before it drops a wholesale cattle into the nest and begins to rip it apart and feeds its chicks.
A question: do we all notice this fucking gigantic fucking bird approaching?
You said I arrived. Has it noticed me?
I imagine, unless you've tried to keep stealthy, you are getting close, but not to the point where this thing is getting concerned.
But I'm within speaking distance of Vaku where I don't have to yell.
Yeah, you're climbing up to Vaku. You could easily get to him, though you'd want to make a stealth check if you did that.
Yeah, I guess I'll get the Vaku with my -1 stealth modifier.
Excellent.
Oh, you could do
awesome.
Well,
calm doesn't matter. I'm gonna need to get Vaku back up if shit hits the fan. So, but yeah, there is my there is my critically failed stealth roll at a -1 for a total of 0.
You hear clinking and like metal on metal sounds as he climbs up the stonework and sits on the little precipice that you were kind of camped out on. You both crouch down and continue to watch this. And you realize that this hawk, its head has like whipped around and is now staring at you both.
Oh fuck! Get out.
It's not making any movements. It's just kind of sitting there.
We should probably leave. I'd rather not piss this thing off.
I'd rather not piss this thing off. So to that I just say, agreed. And I'm gonna slowly back off.
Just gonna swoosh right out of there.
Yeah.
So it kind of hops just a little bit, disturbing the massive piles of what are now evidently like wholesale trees that have been torn apart and reformed into a nest.
Probably some animal bones mixed in there too.
Definitely a ton of animal bones. And after feeding its young, it just continues to watch you all. And eventually it kind of perches up on the precipice. It uses its beak to climb onto the rock face and get a better view at you all as you leave. It seems not to be threatened by you and is just generally keeping an eye.
Yeah, we're backing off of its territory, and I'm gonna suggest we return to the excavation site and discuss the local wildlife.
So
yeah.
As you continue to walk, I imagine Vaku, being naturally more springy in his step, is taking the lead. And it's about halfway to the journey to the starship that you feel a sudden tapping of fingers on your shoulder, Centurion.
I'm just gonna say, Vaku, hold on, and I'm gonna slowly turn around.
You don't see anybody. However, there is a laugh behind you once again, and Vaku, you turn over and see the same Elven Ranger Gali, who is standing behind Centurion at the current moment.
Oh, fuck, it's this guy again.
Who again?
He
I'd look over my shoulder.
He immediately, in lockstep, turns over and is standing behind you. You look over and you heard the giggling and you kind of maybe assume that it's Vaku if you want to give me a sense motive check.
Yeah, but Vaku's in front of me. Isn't he?
Keep in mind, you turn to look behind you, which means that Gali would technically have been in front of you in that position. So the noise would come from Vaku almost.
Oh, you mean I think Vaku's the one giggling?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, we'll see how I feel about that.
Too, definitely. So you turn over and just be like, you naturally assume that this is Vaku, whereas Birdman, you see that Gali is just fucking
So
with him.
I'm just gonna say to Vaku, so what? Did you angle a pebble off of a tree and make it hit my shoulder? Because that would have been pretty impressive if I saw it.
No.
Yeah, sure, whatever. And I'm gonna keep walking.
He just continues to walk behind you.
How do I not hear footsteps behind me?
You want to give me a perception check?
Fucking...
A 17. Let's see how Gali does.
I don't know. I feel like even me as...
Are you just completely
No,
unaware?
I feel like even me, in real life, as a schlub who's not good at anything, would be able to hear someone just walking behind me.
We'll see. Matter of fact, I'll even give him a penalty.
Okay.
He's gonna add it.
A 15. I imagine as you continue to walk, it takes you a while before you start to realize that there is still footsteps behind you. But eventually you realize and turn over, and Gali kind of,
Actually, can we change that a little? Can we change that?
Yeah.
When
What do you
I
think?
realize there's footsteps behind me, and I'm being followed closely, without warning, I'm just gonna slam on the brakes and stand up straight and still.
So I imagine it's one of those move without thought things where you stand completely stock still, and almost out of instinct, Gali sidestep and kind of rolls around and is now at your side, having nearly hit you dead on. He's just like, whoa, it's been a while. How are my favorite troublemakers getting up to?
I have no words for this man. I am just staring blankly with my helmet.
Well, I heard you got into a lot of trouble.
If you want a conversation, it's not coming from me.
Oh, don't be such a grouch. I'm giving you a second chance. You should take it. He looks over towards Vaku. What are you all doing out here?
We're doing an assignment for someone.
Assignment for someone, assignment for who?
I'm gonna back off from this guy and go stand next to Vaku and cross my arms.
Not sure if I'm at liberty to disclose.
Well, that's unfortunate. You know, seeing as how you're picking over the salvaged remains of a corpse picked dry, I was gonna recommend a better site, but, I mean, if you don't need Gully's help, and he kind of turns around.
We were paid to excavate this site. It's that simple.
Wouldn't you want to be paid more for bringing back better materials? Search a preserved ship for gear, weapons, armor, equipment.
We were given a job and we intend to do it to the letter.
Alright, well.
Though that said, one of your associates did swing by. I'm fairly certain you're related.
Associates.
Does the name Carthan mean anything to you?
Is he the one I met near, what was it?
Yeah.
Fordorn? The ruins of that one city?
I'm gonna
Something like
I'm gonna
that.
describe Carthan, a good 3 inches taller than me, jewel encrusted horns.
Yeah, I remember him. Not too well, but enough.
You're on the same team.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, just figured he might want to talk to you, but I wouldn't know.
Judging from the symbols he carries on him, he'd be a member of the Grey Order. Which, I mean, that's not what my family was into. I was born into the Seccaro. They're separate.
You're both hollowed cord, are you not?
He kind of, like, stops for a second. Are you that dim-witted? He kind of points towards Avaku and just goes, "You're both Syndicate, aren't you?"
Technically speaking, I don't hold any real alliances. It's just
Well, you're Lymantria, aren't you? And that's part of Syndicate territory.
a what?
I'm not going to explain myself again.
Look, I was in a tube for 1,500 years, and the most I know about you people is how to kill you.
Clearly, if you've been in a tube for a millennia and a half, you didn't learn too well. That being said, I mean, I could give you the coordinates for the ship, if you'd be interested.
Awfully
Like I
generous.
said, money just simply to grab. There is something I'd want, though.
I
What
figured.
might that be?
Well, this ship's a bit of a northward run. There's some coordinates, some data. More specifically, the location of a specific area, a specific thing. It's a crashed Imperium starship from some time even before the war. Have I piqued your interest?
Look, as much as it would be a profitable venture, and likely would be a good course of action, we are not in fighting shape right now. Not anywhere close.
You look fine.
I am. I can't say the same for my comrades.
Kind of points the finger towards the bird. He looks fine.
Quite contrary, I got pretty badly wounded earlier.
He looks fine after having some extensive medical work done on him, and even then I could still pick out a few pretty nasty gashes.
What's still a couple of days' journey away? You'd have some time to patch up.
Once the salvage is done here, we have to escort the vehicle back to where it came from. That's part
You're
of our
telling me
contract.
that you're so solid-minded that you can't seem to reprogram a simple drone.
It needs to be escorted. We were ambushed.
Ambushed by who?
We aren't sure. We know they were mercenaries of some kind. They were outfitted in ghillie suits and had very high caliber weaponry.
I think I heard one of them call themselves the Green Cloaks. Does that ring any bells for you?
No, but I did witness some people traipsing around here in strange forest suits like that gave them any other cover.
Our employer told us that he'd be having trouble getting these salvage operations out because they would be routinely ambushed and stopped in their tracks. Thus our job. We can't just send it back home without watching it.
Tell you what, I've been doing my stuff for quite a while. I could distract these guys while you go check out that ship.
I'm not so sure. We were paid to do something and I want to do it.
And you'll get paid. Maybe even more if you bring back cool stuff.
We were given a very specific job, and I'm not about to go renege on my deals.
Okay, fine.
We can all-
He kind of like seems a bit frustrated that you're outright refusing his offer.
447?
Yes.
Just
We can
think
always go for it later.
I
We
never
could
said
do the job first.
I never said we couldn't, but he seems to be insisting that we divert. I'm not going to. If we can come back later, it's worth investigating.
Okay, I can see there's no reasoning with any of you. So, think about what I said, alright?
Maybe once we drop this off and finish this job, we'll entertain this idea, but for now, we have something very specific to do.
Alright, soldier, you have it your way. And he kind of continues walking for a bit because he was already turned away from you. And he pulls his hood up and instantaneously vanishes.
I kind of look in that direction before shaking my head and turning back to walk with Vaku back to camp.
Yeah.
He was acting awfully casual for someone we barely know.
I think he was trying to plan something.
Undoubtedly.
In fact, he was insist that we go now instead of just letting us do it whenever.
Well, the way I see it, we're already on a job, and we have to make a good impression for our employer. I'm not about to go breaking course. And even so, I still don't trust that guy.
Understandable.
Though, I wish I told him about that bird. Seems like something he might be interested in.
You get a sense that he was probably in this area generally and picked up on your presence because you were looking at the bird.
Yeah.
Like, you seem to encounter this guy anytime you encounter, like, mystical wildlife. It's a strange phenomenon.
Let's just get back to camp and get everybody a briefing.
Probably some weird elvish thing.
Yeah, elvish is right.
I love how
So,
every character you
you
come
get
up
back
with
to
is just
camp.
racist towards elves. I
But this
fucking
time
love
it's
it.
unironic racism.
Yeah.
You're right.
That SpongeBob finding Patrick bus bench.
That's immediately what I thought of when you said that Vaku finds a giant pink blob.
That's amazing. So,
We're gonna
I
return to
imagine-
camp and we're gonna give the party a briefing.
yeah, giving everybody an idea of what just happened.
So not far from here, there's a, I'm not sure if it's a predatory bird, but a very large hawk guarding its young. We need to be aware of that in case it decides to encroach upon the survey site.
Also, our old pal Golly just kinda came out of nowhere and offers us an excavation site somewhere further north.
Tim Tom kind of thinks for a moment. He's like, isn't that the one you tried to, well, got really upset with?
Yeah.
Or the one that you don't like? Oh,
Yeah. He was all insistent that we go for it now instead of doing it later.
oh,
Almost like he was trying to plan something.
well then.
He offered to make sure that the ambushers weren't able to stop the convoy on its way back to the vault, but I'm not going to leave our job in someone else's hands. That's what we were paid to do. We're going to do it.
Well, if nothing else, we could. You know where it is, right?
He didn't give us the coordinates, no.
Oh, well, if you knew where it was, we could, like, after we drop this off, just head back over there.
That's what I told
But-
him. But I still don't have
Oh.
coordinates, do I?
What? Why did he just tell you this? I mean, last time he saw you.
I kind of shrug my shoulders, throw my hands up. He expects something in return, but we didn't talk long enough to disclose what that was.
I understand.
I imagine it's at this moment that most of you start realizing that there is a new shadow hanging above you, and hanging up on a piece of machinery, like in a place that would be very unconventional to get to. He is sitting with his full fucking outfit, just kind of leather boots balancing on jagged metal as if it were nothing to him. He just kind of takes one step off and gently makes contact with the ground, almost no noise. And he
That's
stands
pretty
back
neat.
up. I mean, if there's more convincing I can do.
I'm gonna put my dog outside real quick. Keep going. I'll be back. Recording's still running.
I mean, it would be dumb just to come out here and leave that wreckage untouched.
But what do you get out of it? I
According-
mean, this is definitely a tit for tat kind of thing, I imagine.
Definitely, it's a transaction.
So, what do you get out of it?
I want the ship's black box. The coordinates, the data.
What kind of ship is it?
Imperium.
Would I know who that is?
If you're not familiar already, which go ahead and make a culture check.
I got a little bit in culture.
Alright, I'm back.
You both are vaguely familiar with the Dominion, or not the Dominion, the Imperium. It is within the
far off reaches of Syndicate space, there is a vast nebula that seems to consume the northeastern portion of the Syndicate's vast empire. Inside of this nebula is supposedly a triumvirate of stars that is basically the entry point for a shadow empire, a tenebrous imperium. What you know of their culture is a bit harder to distinguish, but you know that they're typically not very nice people.
You think that ship is going to have any sort of defense systems that we should be worried about? We're not going to roll up in there and suddenly come to find a bunch of very unhappy individuals trying to gun us down, are we?
I wouldn't be worried about the ship. I might be more worried about its occupants.
That's what I'm referring to. Who occupies it?
It's been dead for some long time, but those tenebrous folks, they're big fans of necromancy, so there's a chance that maybe some of the crew is still around.
Are you saying we're going to have to fight zombies if we go there?
I'm just saying, if you're going on a ghost hunt, you better expect ghosts.
Vampires,
Well,
zombies.
We weren't expecting to go on a ghost hunt until you showed up, and we're like, hey, go on a ghost hunt. I mean, don't get me wrong, it sounds like a pretty neat place. I mean, if there's good loot in it, I'm personally not opposed to it.
So, seeing as how, like, you've kind of listed off a potential reward, he gets this sly look in his eyes and turns over and just kind of on one hand begins to, like, count off. Well, from what I know about the Tenebrous Imperium, they carry a fine variety of shadow weapons. They're cryotech, useful in, making people incapable of moving without killing them. They also manufacture quite fine light armor, and depending on just what house you're targeting, you could get a wide variety in technological items, from biotech to cybertech to... hell, I guess it just depends.
Now, what's on this... If you don't mind me asking, could I ask what's on this black box that you might be so interested in?
He kind of turns on his heel.
He does say this respectfully. He's not like, oh, well, if we're going to do this, what's so special about this black box? He's like genuinely curious. Just to get the demeanor out there.
Do you know anything about the Maelstrom Gate?
Would that be another culture check?
I imagine if you have a 15 already, then you probably do. If you know about the Tenebrous Imperium, you know about the Maelstrom Gate. It is supposedly one of the last remaining dimensional relics from the Architects. Ones in full, straight up, like, undamaged states that are capable of transporting people between planes. It is, in fact, the Maelstrom Gate that allows the Tenebrous Imperium to expand its domain into real space.
A little bit. I know it's like a portal between our dimension and another one. Other than that, I'm not too particularly familiar with it.
Well, this Maelstrom Gate is kind of a myth. No one knows where it's really at. Somewhere in between the cruel triumvirate, the three-planet sector of their nebula, the center of their nebula.
And you want the black box because you think it's an instruction, or a map, so to say, to get there.
It may have coordinates of interest within the nebula, and I wouldn't be lying if I wasn't interested. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in the location of the Maelstrom Gate. We're keepers, after all. We preserve nature and find new things, explore the wilds.
Tim Tom kind of sits there for a moment. He's like, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really understand. You seem like a rather nice fellow, and it's a darn shame 447 and you don't get along, because I feel like you'd be a good person to hang around with.
Oh, he's a worn-out tool.
I'm gonna snap my head towards Tim Tom.
I wouldn't call him a worn-out tool.
I'm gonna snap my head towards Tim Tom and
worn out.
Can you guys hear me? What the fuck? Oh,
maybe a little.
My fucking Discord was muted the whole time I was trying to fucking interject on that. God damn. Okay. I'm gonna.
Imagine he's saying this with Centurion right next to him.
Yeah, he is. I'm here. So I snapped my head towards Tim Tom. We've talked about this.
You're right, and we have.
I have explained to you why it is.
You're right. And I understand why. I'm simply putting a perspective out.
Yeah, and you know, those House Baldor Stenham folk we dealt with weren't so bad either. I don't know why you couldn't have got along with them. See how it sounds?
Yeah.
I just kind of fucking shake my head. Anyway.
Why isn't anyone else interjecting into the conversation? You will
I'm
just
just
watching
thinking
like
about
Yeah,
the game.
I was gonna ask if fucking Devin and Hooper are here. They've been quiet for some time.
Yeah, Karth is. He's kind of propped up. He's been resting most of the day, kind of nursing his wounds.
He
I'm here. Just
kind of stands on one foot for a second, letting the other ray like rise maybe an inch or two off the ground, and gives you a quick wave, Carthen, as if you were kind of, gesturing to say like hello to distant family.
Yeah. Karth is going to at least return the gesture with a respectful nod as he sort of rolls up to his feet.
Yeah, what you know about elves, especially those imbued within the hallowed court, is typically they have like very well rehearsed social structures and little tidbits of information that is very, very easy to miss if you're not a part of their civilization. So there is a good chance that he probably sees himself as like a human among animals.
Mm.
Probably in his mind's eye, is what you could guess.
Yeah, so Karth is, gonna step forward. So what are these coordinates then?
Oh, not far up north. You might actually be able to see it on the skyline. And he kind of points it out, and very precisely and perfectly, you see a snow-capped mountain in a pretty far away location. You have your comm?
I do.
He holds his hand out.
And I hand it over.
In a quick exchange, he taps a few buttons and returns it. And now you have the location of this crashed Imperium starship. I'm just saying, adventure, fun, loot.
Well,
I never said no. I said after this job is done.
But once you've returned back to the bunker, you're gonna have to restart the entire journey. You might as well get it while you're out here.
While we're out here, while many of us are severely wounded, I don't like it.
We at least get back with the
I see why you're eager.
with our employer.
But there's
See if he'd be interested in any of the technology.
And I don't want that convoy showing up back at the vault without us.
Well, you could take it with you.
And take it off course. He's going to know it was diverted.
The thing is, with our employer, he's very precise and gets very mad when things don't happen the way he wants them.
Oh, he's gonna look at that and see all sorts of all the sorts of tampering you've already done. So
yeah,
but the tampering exactly. The tampering you reached was in service of the mission. We wouldn't have got here on time if your reach didn't clear that bug with the collision avoidance sensors or whatever they were.
And not only that, I made it run twice as
physically
fast.
Droops.
I'm sorry.
Let me point it out in a different way. This is what, an ancient Baldor wreck from the war?
Where we are now? I would assume so.
I doubt your little tech monkey knows anything about this one. Imagine if he knew this. Would he not be interested?
I'd rather tell him face to face. Before we go there.
Far be it from me.
I've done unsolicited work not long ago and didn't get paid for any extra bits and pieces I brought to whoever held my contract. Not doing that again. Any work I do from now on is on the record.
I heard you killed someone.
I've killed a lot of people. You'll have to be more specific.
Well, for starters, there was that guy that got trapped on the terraformer rig, sorry. But was he Oh, only the acting king of the entirety of House Baldur.
I would not say that's really our fault. There was interlopers that actually used their, I put in quotes, magic to trick us into thinking the thing was activating.
Yeah, as you say this, his eyes get really big and he like draws in on you and closes in like a bird that has found its prey. What?
Let's be clear, it wasn't magic, it was high-level psionic energy. Let's just say I'm not the only Centurion still active.
Now that is very interesting. You're saying another Centurion crawled out of the woodwork and tricked you all with fancy mind magic?
That's one way to put it.
You get a name?
She was one of my former squad mates, 202.
Yarich looks up confused at 447 that thinking this was the information that he probably won't tell the elf.
Yeah, it seems like Golly looks as if he has information and he is like smiling as he knows that he's not just gonna spill it.
What's so funny?
Oh, only I know something you don't?
That being?
Well, if I told you, you'd know it.
I want to know.
Well, that's too bad. Lots of people turn down propositions. From what I can tell, anyway.
Why do you want us to go to that ruin immediately? We told you we would, but it'll have to wait.
He kind of, like, looks a bit... Maybe not. He's definitely directly accused, and that social impact on him seems to cause him to maybe reel back just a little bit. But he quickly reaffirms his confidence.
And I want to continue, and not just that, but every explanation you've given as to why it is we have to go now hasn't been for your benefit, it's been for ours. It's been, oh, but the travel time's quicker from here. It's all been things that would benefit us. You've not given us one reason why you want us to go there sooner.
You want the truth?
Let's hear it.
He kind of crosses his arms. This entire place is soon to be a battlefield.
Oh. Yari's just crawling up. You mean all the syndicate and the houses are going to be coming here and fighting again?
What, you thought the death of a king was a small affair? No. From what I heard from her, she said that the king looked physically wounded. You know what that means? He has to make a big decision. If he doesn't make the right one, the houses could turn to rebellion, and no one would want to have that happen. What better way to direct an empire, especially one feuding over the death of a king, than to direct it to war, to please the hearts of these righteous nobility?
Yeah.
The truth is,
Tim Tom finds a bench, just like a log or something to sit down on.
you don't have much time.
With that in mind, Yari's just going to look back. As much as our employer hates it, if we don't get this now, we won't get the valuable information for either us or for our companion.
He seems to kind of smile as you bring him up.
I'm gonna sense motive this.
Is there any way to stop that from happening?
This as well.
I'll sense motive as well, and I get
I mainly want to see if he's bullshitting about you only have so much time. Like, I mean, damn it. Oh, hey, wow,
So-
Baku got a really good sense motive.
The both of you are just kind of like, you can't discern what's going through this guy's mind purely because, like, he is such a self-righteous prick that you have no idea if this is a facade or not. Vaku, however, you kind of notice creases of worry just for a moment kind of underneath his eye, as if the recent stress of the situation has been may be causing some distress on his end. It's definitely a judgment that requires caution in determining if he's truthful or not, but you get the sense that he is being truthful about a war. An impending war.
That's right. It's gonna be a big war soon. And we might get caught in the crossfire if we don't hustle those ruins.
If that's the case, if we
Is there a way to
double
stop
time
it?
it to
I
the
really
facility
wish you
now,
led with that, you knife-eared son of a bitch.
that
What
would
use
have
of information if you give it to everyone?
Is there a way to stop that
Stop
from
what?
happening?
He caused it.
We didn't cause anything.
He kind of notices your snapback and puts both of his hands up as if he were doing a submissive posture and just goes, "All right, you didn't start anything. It was the magic brain psionic lady, a former Centaurian."
All right.
So, you're in tune with nature, yes?
You could call it that.
Can you get a sense of what that tower is doing out of curiosity? This has been bullying in my mind for the last week.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not omniscient, but I do have a couple of keepers that would be interested and would have more pertinent information.
As part of a deal, once I get you the information on Black Box, would you tell us as much information about what the tower's doing?
The entirety of his face seems to, almost drop all of its emotion for a second, almost as if he were doing some kind of internal thought process before it comes back to full emotional output. And he says, "Yes, I think that'd be quite positive for the both of us."
Alright. Because once I know what that tower's doing, I might be able to find a way to reprogram it to stop or change its trajectory.
Reprogram an ancient architect terraformer.
I'm the one who started it. There must be a way for me to stop it.
Without the Syndicate platform. You do know that collapsed, right?
Yarish nods softly.
I have a strong feeling this planet's about to die.
Your reach, you wouldn't be you if you didn't try.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stop until I at least do something.
Okay,
Well, in any case,
there's still one part of this that's not adding up to me. You're offering to guard the convoy on its way back to the vault. Yet, that would imply you're able to hold off these ambushers single-handedly alone. If you're that powerful, why don't you just go up to the ruins and get what you want yourself?
He kind of takes a moment and puts a finger underneath his chin as if thinking of a way to explain it to you. He turns over into the distance. I am... how to put this gently? I am very good with asymmetric warfare. I am not so good in a straight-up confrontation.
So you've scoped this place out enough to know that there is going to be a straight fight whenever the doors get opened.
Like I mentioned to the bear, the Imperium, well, the Twilight Empress and her acolytes are big fans of necromancy. And there are things there that are not so nice. Things that don't care if you sneak around.
Alright.
Okay, that does add up then. So at this point, I'm gonna fucking pace for a moment before stopping. Okay. If we're gonna do this, then I want you to stay with that caravan and make sure it gets back to the vault safely.
You not bringing it?
We're going to have to go to the ruin.
Why not bring it? You could salvage that starship once you've taken care of the undead.
So it's at this point I'm gonna look to the rest of my party. Do we want to piss off the artificer by changing course on that thing?
Personally, I say no.
If you bring back ancient technology from a different empire, I don't think you'd be
He's
super.
not that kind of person. I can
Oh.
tell you.
Well, alright.
What
Either way,
what do the rest of us think? Because as much as I hate to admit it, he raises a good point. That thing has some pretty advanced scavenging technology on it that could come in handy.
I mean, we might have to
I
bite the
want
bullet
to
on it.
risk it. It's almost a 50-50 chance that he'll get mad or not, in my opinion.
I mean, worst we can do is let this thing fill up one of its bays here, take it up, and have it fill up the other.
That's another thing. That's another thing too. I don't know how much.
I don't
know how much capacity this thing has.
I don't dislike the idea of finding more capital to alleviate our debts to the artificer. It's a case of damned if we do, damned if we don't.
And he'd probably be mad if we told him that there was a starship that was about to be completely destroyed.
I kind of mull it over. I think he's going to be pissed either way. If that thing comes back under, I'm going to nod my head towards the elf. If it comes back under his care, he's going to have a lot of questions and he's not going to be happy. If it diverts course to the other ruin, I pause. He's going to have a lot of questions and he's not going to be happy.
If we
I
go
think
back
I think
with
it's
it,
a false equivalency.
if we go back with it and tell him about the runes and if they get destroyed in between now and then,
He's going to have a lot of questions and he's not going to be happy.
Yeah, I think it's a lose-lose.
If he's going to be pissed no matter what, shit, maybe we just take the damn thing with us.
Alright. Yari's just going to the machine, stopping it.
No, don't stop it yet. Let it finish its job here, then we'll head up.
Yari's just going to check its base, see how full it is, and if it's going to fill it up completely.
It looks like it is salvaging all of the intact components and is ignoring a lot of the rotten core infrastructure. So for the moment, it's pretty much halfway full of raw materials that could be turned into something else that aren't beyond salvaging.
I reckon
Yari is going to yell out, "It's halfway full. Let's go ahead and start moving."
So, very, very proud of himself because, you know, elf, that he's cornered you in his, like, social trap. He stands very tall and just goes, "Well, I am off to see about these green cloak people. I'm sure they won't cause much trouble."
That said, there is one thing we can do to soften the blow. I'm gonna look around to the party. I think one of us should record an update for our employer and have it delivered back to him.
Yes.
Tell him what's going on precisely.
Yari's just going to do that and have it.
We need to tell him we got ambushed. The rover sustained some damage. Doomtread lost his foot. We've been critically injured by these ambushers, and we have learned of a new crash site on a diverting course to study.
Yes, and has much more intact resources. And make that one of the key notes is that more resources, better equipment.
I at least want him to be warned ahead of time that this is what's happening.
Yes, I think that'll make things a lot better.
A little better, if at all.
Well, true. He's probably gonna be mad that we took initiative, but oh well.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So have you finished recording your message?
Yes.
He kind of plucks it from your hand without your own say-so and just says, "I'll check up on what the Green Cloaks are doing, divert their course, deliver the message, then I'll be back to maybe help you out."
You know where that vault is?
Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Alright, Yari has fully shut down the machine and is programming its new route.
Alright, so, as all of the party continues to chat with Golly, who just kind of laughs as you all set up on your new destination to investigate the crashed Imperium starship, that is where we will end the session.
That was a doozy.
Yeah?
Wow.
I feel like I stepped into the WWE fucking wrestling ring and got hit over the head with a folding chair.
From about a football field away.
Yeah.
And then some. In the dark.
Okay.
No muzzle flash.
No muzzle flash? I'd hope not. It's a fucking folding chair, Matt.
I'm just saying, snipers fucking suck.
Listen, it had a suppressor. We all saw it.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut the recording here.
Folding chair had a suppressor.